The commotion on ruling planets soon affected Cooler headquarters, and the cosmopolitans panicked after learning that the mysterious powerhouse might have returned. Likewise, the people of the universe panicked after learning that the mysterious power might return. The cosmic warriors responsible for guarding the security of the headquarters had a hideous look on their faces, and the panic that flashed in the corners of their eyes had revealed their mood. This was the headquarters of King Cooler. As headquarters warriors, they had to obey orders unconditionally. Once the mysterious strong person appeared, they had to fight to the end, which was almost a situation of death without life. Deep inside the headquarters, Cooler's gloomy face scanned the subordinates who came in before him to inform. His blood-red pupils flashed with a cold light. "Are you saying that the mysterious woman is back?" Cooler's voice was chilly, and the cosmopolitan who came in to inform was dripping sweat on his face. However, he didn't dare to wipe it off, and his voice trembled as he replied, "Yes. King Cooler. According to the intelligence, that woman is back again." Cooler's face was gloomy. Not knowing what was in his mind, he waved his hand towards the cosmopolitan. "What are you waiting for? Let the guard forces search with all their might. Get the hell out of here." "Yes. King." The cosmonaut wiped his sweat and ran out quickly. Cooler was in a state of shock and anger that could explode at any time, and the terrifying pressure made the cosmonaut so scared that he didn't want to stay for a moment. After the cosmopolitan went out, Cooler's gloomy face flashed with a hint of electricity, and his whole face was hideous. He was the terrifying King Cooler, one of the few terrifying masters of the Frisia clan, who was considered to be above all others in the North area. Unfortunately, however, the terrifying existence that was so powerful and intimidating has been repeatedly traumatized in recent years. A few years ago, the woman who appeared from nowhere destroyed his trump card Cooler armor squadron at once, resulting in his raid plan being postponed. The opponent also escaped under the circumstances of Cooler's personal attack, which once became his shame. If the destruction of the last Cooler armor squadron let Cooler lose some skin, there was no harm in it. However, this time it was a different story, and it really hurt the bones to the root. A few weeks ago, two people appeared inexplicably to find him. Cooler might not consider the strength of those two people, but in the subsequent battle, they actually used a magical technique. They merged into one, their strength soared and surpassed him at once. The latter battle could be said to be devastating. Cooler, who had transformed into his strongest state, was defeated and seriously injured. His reputation had been impacted like never before. When the house leaked, the land under his rule stirred up muddy water. Some guys who could not stand the loneliness have revealed the water. Normally, Cooler would wipe them out in one fell swoop, but at that time, he was already seriously wounded and finally relied on his father and brother to send assistance to stabilize the situation. King Cold sent people to assist, and it already made Cooler felt justified. Yet, Frisia even sent people over, which made Cooler, who always regarded Frisia as a waste, feel deeply humiliated. Cooler's heart roared. Because of those two mysterious people, he, the Emperor of the Universe, suffered unprecedented shame. He vowed to break the opponent into pieces to eliminate his hatred. However, at that moment, the news came from his subordinates that the mysterious person had appeared again in ruling planet. Damned be ****. She came again. Does she really think I am easy to bully? Cooler gritted his teeth and cursed. His whole body was emitting a cold and piercing chill. On the other hand, Ayaka was leisurely scurrying around the ruling planet with a relaxed look, as if she was on a field trip, not putting the heavily armed cosmonaut troops in her eyes at all. Those cosmonaut warriors each had a weapon in hand. Their expressions were tense as they stared ahead, fearing that the woman on the other side would suddenly strike. It's no fun going on like this. It's better to get down to business. Well, let's go straight to Cooler. Ayaka thought about it and decided not to poke fun at these cosmopolitans. She teleported, and her whole body disappeared. She vanished again, same as before. Seeing Ayaka suddenly disappeared, those cosmonauts were relieved. They remembered the bizarre appearance of those mysterious people last time, and their nervousness faded a little. Deep inside the headquarters, Ayaka's figure suddenly appeared. Sweeping around, Ayaka then locked Cooler's key. Found it. The key is a little weak, it seems that he was hurt quite badly. Ayaka thought with a smile, smoothly pushing open the door towards Cooler's location. After bending a few corners, she came to a large wall of majestic and magnificent doors. From behind the doors came extremely powerful key, and Cooler was inside. Creak. The door opened. Who is it? Don't you know you can't just come in here? Cooler frowned in an unhappy mood and shouted angrily. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who walked in, he haughtily changed color. It's you. How dare you appear in front of me? You escaped from the hands of this king and now appear in a big way. Are you really not afraid that I, King Cooler, will kill you? Oh, Cooler, back then I was not your opponent, but it doesn't mean that now is also not. Ayaka said with a light smile. Cooler's face was instantly more gloomy. He was ironically blue, and his purple lips looked as hideous as a demon. Finally, he laughed out loud and said in a mocking tone, I haven't seen you for a few years, do you think you're my opponent now? You're dreaming. Even though I'm not at my best, it's as easy as pie to clean you up. Ayaka shook his head with a regretful look. These years Cooler's luck wasn't ordinary. First, he was disgraced because of her, then he was seriously injured because of the girls, and now, his whole life was about to be given up. Seeing the regretful look of Ayaka, Cooler was burning with anger, and boundless evil thoughts came up. The whole body emits the cold and suffocating killing intent. Cooler didn't say anything, he immediately transformed into the peak state, and the powerful and suffocating aura came out. Although he was seriously injured at this time, and he couldn't play the strongest strength, the key from the fourth transformation state still made the whole ruling planet shake. The uninformed cosmopolitans looked at it with panic and then fled everywhere. The whole planet was in chaos. In the face of the horrific key, Ayaka stood lightly in the clouds, not affected at all. Cooler was surprised that his key couldn't shake the opponent. His face could not help but look ugly, and then he continued to increase his energy. Surprisingly, you can resist my key oppression. It seems that the strength of these years has grown a lot. No wonder you dare to appear in front of this king. But even so, how many moves can you take from this king in a real fight? Ayaka shook her head. Her bright eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and then stretched out a finger and wiggled it gently. No, 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 you're wrong, Cooler. It's not how many moves I can take, it's how many moves you can take. My growth in the past few years is not something you can imagine. In fact, I am the existence that your Frisia clan fears the most to appear. Ayaka mysteriously smiled. Then, in Cooler's astonished eyes, she raised the key of her body, and majestic energy broke out of her body. All of a sudden, she was on par with Cooler's key. How is it possible? How have you grown so much in a few years? Cooler finally had a shocked expression on his face. A few years ago, the opponent's power level was just over 10 million, and in just a few years, it had increased to about the same level as him. He did not know that this was not yet the real strength of Ayaka, otherwise, it must have been even more unacceptable. Suddenly, Cooler remembered a legend. This was a legend passed down by their Frisia clan from ancient times, only that it had always been treated as a joke by him. However, now it seemed that the legend might be true. Could it be that? You are. Well, you guessed right. I am the existence that your Frisia clan fears. Your brother Frisia has no reservations about trying to strangle an existence like me. Boom! The horror of the momentum surged dozens of times at once. The heavenly aura rose from the ground, such as the sea waves swept in, spreading towards the boundless emptiness. In the middle, the powerful, Strong woman with blonde hair and blue pupils was burning with rolling flames stood there, as bright as the white moon. Super Saiyan. Cooler disheveled bitterness. At this point, Ayaka's ki was at least tens of times his, and he had no possibility of survival. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Ayaka's ki was like a rainbow. She looked at the messy Cooler, but her mood was unexpectedly like a calm lake without the slightest fluctuation, as if she did not put Kevlar in her eyes. Ayaka's strength now exceeded his dozens of times, and she didn't care about him. Her turquoise eyes were relentlessly defiant. Cooler's face was worse now. Due to the unrest in his heart, his most intuitive reflection in the two clenched fists, and the two fists constantly trembling, his heart trembling more than relentlessly yelled, Super Saiyan actually exists. How can she be a Super Saiyan? Cooler fear and resentment towards Frieza. Damn, Frieza, since you want to destroy planet Vegeta, why do not strike sharply? There is still a leak. Frieza did not do it thoroughly. He missed such a potential person, and now the opponent has grown into a Super Saiyan. His face showed a smile of misery. It was over, and this time the whole Frieza clan had a big disaster. Although Cooler heard the rumors and did not witness the ancient ancestors encountered the terrifying scene of the Super Saiyan, with the legends left by the ancestors and the opponent emitting the terrifying ki, it was known that this time the Frieza clan would be in great trouble. Pop, pop, pop. The purple tail strikes the ground in a disorderly and irregular manner, and the ground that was as solid as an alloy immediately cracks open. Go to hell. Cooler yelled in annoyance. His whole body disappeared in the same place, leaving a blurred figure. He reappeared and already came to Ayaka's side. It was so fast that he arrived in an instant. Bang! With a heavy knock on Ayaka's body, Cooler soon found something wrong. The opponent's body did not move after taking a solid blow, as if his attack had no effect at all. Your strength is not strong enough. The cold voice like a nightmare came into the ears, and Cooler's heart tightened violently, and his pupils could not help but narrow. Immediately, there was a small, strong palm grip on his wrist. It seemed to be as hard as steel pincers, tightly clamped his wrist. No matter how hard Cooler used his strength, he could not escape. Cooler could not help but flash a trace of panic. The corners of the mouth involuntarily twitched slightly, and his face full of incredible panic expression. His whole body was emitting a chill of imminent defeat. With a splintering sound, Ayaka's fingers crushed Cooler's wrist with a hard push. An intense pain rushed to the heart, and Cooler narrowed his eyes in annoyance. The time was different. He once had a penchant for playing with his opponents, now, he just wanted to escape from the Super Saiyan in front of him immediately. He didn't want to face such an unbeatable existence anymore. However, he also knew how impractical his wish was. Ayaka raised her leg. With cold and powerful air, she cut through the air and kicked Cooler hard in the abdomen. Bang! Cooler's body was similar to armor in that the skin couldn't withstand the huge force and cracked lines. Ayaka won the situation. She threw another lightning-like punch, overwhelmingly ravaging Cooler and making him experience the pain of life and death. Ta-da-da! Cooler's balance was unstable, and he was half-crouched on the ground with his face twitching. B*****. Go to hell. Cooler's expression was full of resentment as he prepared to strike to his death. His eyes were shining with a piercing light that was like daylight, and for a moment, the entire hall was covered with a dazzling glare. Cooler naturally wasn't trying to defeat Ayaka. He knew that his power was completely unable to pose a threat to her. He just wanted to preserve his strength and escape from here as soon as possible. Seeing his timing, Cooler lashed out, and his wild power exploded in the hall at once, raging like a storm, targeting not Ayaka but the roof of the room. Boom! The searing energy hit the roof and began to melt the material of the overhanging beams. Cooler's heart was very anxious and regretful. He regretted not having chosen the most outstandingly strong material in the universe to build the palace. Well, in just less than a second, the roof was melted out by the scorching energy wave, and a big hole was made. Ha! With surprise, Cooler flew out, then immediately increased speed and flew out of the ruling planet with all his might across the atmosphere towards the endless starry sky. Seeing that the ruling planet was getting smaller and smaller and had been left hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Cooler could not help but sigh with a fluke. However, he did not relax and still flew with all his might. After this battle, Cooler had deeply experienced the terror of the Super Saiyan. He could only put his mind at ease if he escaped as soon as possible, knowing that his strongest state had a 51 million power level. However, in the face of the Super Saiyan, he was still like a child. The Super Saiyan was far above him in terms of power level alone. Inside the main hall of the Cooler headquarters, Ayaka tilted her head up and looked at the night sky through the big hole. The corners of her mouth hung a faint smile. She levitated lightly, and with a little effort, she shot out like lightning, leaving a golden ribbon of light behind her. The people on the ruling planet, who had been in a state of high mental tension, suddenly felt the intense and frightening aura disappear, and their hearts were relieved. Raising their heads, they actually found a bright golden light rising up to the sky and breaking through the clouds. On an adjacent planet beyond the ruling planet, Cooler warily docked, panting heavily. He needed to take a breather due to some signs of overdraft from his earlier outburst. This escape was Cooler's most wretched one. In order to save his life, he had to give up his own territory, and at the same time, Cooler felt very aggrieved. He was full of anger and nowhere to vent it. "Cooler, you can't escape." The clear voice penetrated the vacuum straight to Cooler's eardrums. Cooler paled miserably and looked up only to find the nightmarish golden figure suspended in space with turquoise, merciless eyes staring straight at him. The cold sweat dripped from Cooler's face, and his expression twisted. The corners of Ayaka's mouth curved up in an arc, and his voice was clear and cold. "The Frisia clan is cold and ruthless, scouring the galaxy. They even go so far as to destroy the heavens and slaughter living beings for their own dominance. You die here today, and soon King Cold and Frisia will reunite with you in hell." The palm of her hand spread out flat and then pressed downward. A strong sense of oppression accompanied by mysterious ki burst out. The hard surface of the planet cracked under this force and then sank with a bang. As if a huge object pressed his body, Cooler's entire body sank steeply. His eyes showed a panicked look, and he bent his waist with unusual difficulty, half bowing his body. "Damn it, I am the King Cooler, how can I submit like this?" Cooler forcefully exerted his power to try to fight, and then a blood-red flame emerged from his body as if the demon flapped its black flesh wings. "How interesting." Ayaka was surprised for a moment, then she increased her strength without moving. The blood-colored flame was quickly suppressed, Cooler's entire body prostrated in a deep pit and, he couldn't move. The difference in strength base was too great, and the unbeatable Cooler's tricks couldn't change the ending. Step by step, Ayaka gently walked to Cooler, grabbed his horns, and dragged him up. "Now, you can go to hell." A golden glow began to light up at the wrist, and the night sky exploded with bright starlight. A surge of power erupted from the palm of his hand, engulfing Cooler in an instant, and the searing energy wrapped around Cooler. "No!" In a miserable cry, the powerful energy wrapped around Cooler across the planet-to-planet distance and again visited the ruling planet, impacted on one of the moons of the ruling planet, and then sank into the interior of the satellite until the core of the planet. Suddenly, the whole pillar of light actually penetrated the satellite, disappearing in the diffuse river of the planet. The moon had been penetrated, and the huge penetration of the hot lava was gushing out. The whole moon seemed to be floating in the universe like a dead body. The cosmopolitans on the ruling planet looked at the starry sky in shock. They could not believe that the moon in the night sky had actually been shot through, and in a flash, everyone panicked. After a few seconds, Ayaka returned to the ruling planet again, like an empress descending to stay in the air. Her turquoise eyes scanned below, then her face was cold, and her tone was not provocative. Cooler has been killed. The Northern Territory is now under my rule, and if there is any resistance, that moon is your end. King Cooler is dead. The cosmopolitans gulped and looked at the magnificent and noble figure in the sky with horror and respect. There was a loud chatter, and a large part of the people panicked in the absence of King Cooler. These people were all loyal to Cooler and followed Cooler to make a difference. Gradually, the noise calmed down. No matter what kind of mentality they held, they would never dare to stand out first and offend the majesty of the victor. However, most of the cosmopolitans looked at Ayaka with a fiery gaze. This was the existence that could kill King Cooler and easily destroy the moons. It wasn't a happy thing to live under Cooler's rule. They had the will to resist, but they were just not strong enough to do it. They wondered what kind of temperament the new ruler would have and hoped that it would be kinder than Cooler. Cooler was evil and murderous. The ruler who was a little more restrained was merciful in their opinion. All the cosmopolitans knew what to choose. They put down their weapons. Your Majesty! My Queen! The whole ruling planet resounded with a fervent and deep cheer. A few days later, the guard led by Castro arrived at the ruling planet, which had by now been renamed Planet Yiling. Ayaka was made the first ruler of the Leaf Spirit planet after the name change. The next period of time, after a series of preparations and clearing a large number of Cooler loyalists and attempted rebellion, Ayaka took over the northern region. Her power accounted for nearly a quarter of the entire north area. For a while, Ayaka's prestige resounded throughout the north area. Snap! King Cold angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground. The silver bottle broke at first, and his eyes glowed red, flashing with a bleak cold light. The death of Cooler had touched King Cold quite deeply. It seemed to mean that the heyday of the Frisia clan had passed and that strong people who dared to challenge and had the ability to challenge the Frisia clan had appeared. Especially the Frisia clan lost a large territory. The guy who killed Cooler could be said to eat its flesh and sleep its skin. However, even when King Cold was angry, he was very sober. The strength of the person who killed Cooler couldn't be underestimated, even he had to deal with it carefully. After this battle, it could be said that the Frisia clan lost its reputation. Not only had the strength been greatly damaged to the foundation and could no longer withstand the torment, but this incident undoubtedly sent a signal to the entire ruling area. It was a signal that inspired them to rebel against the rule of the Frisia clan. King Cold knew that there were already many ruled planets forced into the Frisia clan rule. When they saw that the northern region had been restored, they also had the same idea. In particular, some places bordering the northern region were sending messengers to contact Planet Yiling, hoping to receive blessings, or even more radically, willing to be directly incorporated into the rule of the northern forces. They already knew that Planet Yiling's rule was not like the Frisia clan's high-handed, forceful way of ruling purging at every turn. Planet Yiling had a very strict management model, and with the promulgation of various systems, chaos was strongly restrained. This was the governance strategy of civilized people. The matter of revenge for Cooler could only be put aside, and the primary thing now was to stabilize the current situation. Someone. King Cold shouted coldly. A subordinate soon rushed in. Send people to stabilize the situation. If there are any betrayers, kill them all. Also, have someone keep an eye on the Northern Territory, and report to us as soon as there is any movement. Yes. The subordinates answered and quickly withdrew. King Cold sat gloomily in his seat. His face was cloudy and uncertain, with a murderous look between his eyebrows. Frisia headquarters. After learning the news that Cooler was killed, Frisia immediately fell silent. He then immediately arranged for people to pay attention to the situation and withdrew all the subordinates sent to support the northern region. Even a guy like Cooler was killed. Frisia was afraid. He did not dare to easily offend the other side. Mr. Zarbon, deploy personnel to strengthen the supervision of the territory, and let Jinyu force back. We have been acting badly lately. Frisia said tiredly. The most tense person after Cooler was killed was not King Cold, but Frisia. King Cold, Frisia, and Cooler ruled the eastern, southern, and northern regions of the North area, respectively. Now the northern part had fallen under the control of the planet Yeeling, which was ruled by the original ruler of the planet Bodhi. In this place, Slug was in control before being taken over by a mysterious power. Of course, Frisia was aware that after Slug's death, nearly 70% of the territory was annexed by himself, except for a portion of the territory received by the mysterious powerhouse. In other words, he originally thought to take the opportunity to expand the territory to the north, the central part of the north area, but the reality was that he was now in a disadvantageous situation with the direct border of planet Yeeling. So, Frisia was very worried that he would follow Cooler's footsteps. However, the good thing was that the northern region had already caused planet Yeeling to be burnt out and would not have the ability to expand for quite some time. Zarbon and Dodoria nodded cautiously. The change of Cooler's territory had already made the north area all windy, and their minds naturally knew what to do next. Well, how are Vegeta and Nappa lately? Frisia raised his eyes and asked. As usual. They honestly carry out the tasks arranged by the king. The big guy, Nappa, is not worth mentioning, but Vegeta's strength has grown. He has more than 15,000 power level. Dodoria gloomy answered. Oh, he already have 15,000 power level. Mr. Zarbon, Mr. Dodoria, you should pay attention to him, don't let the younger generation exceed. Knowing Vegeta's situation, Frisia laughed. A small Saiyan was not worth mentioning. Even the best qualified Saiyan Vegeta was still had only more than 10,000 power level. The reason was that he was still watching out for the appearance of Super Saiyans. Zarbon and Dodoria shook their heads indifferently, not caring that Vegeta would exceed them. In their view, 20,000 power level was already the limit of the Saiyan. It should be noted that King Vegeta's normal state was only 10,000 power level. Using the Great Ape transformation, he barely reached nearly 100,000 energy. As long as he didn't allow Vegeta to transform into a Great Ape, he could be completely ignored. However, the destruction of planet Vegeta led by the Saiyan, Bardock, against them caused them some scruples, but the opponent had died in the hands of King Frisia. Well, how is the news of the Dragon Balls? Frisia asked seriously. Great King, so far we have not received any news about the Dragon Balls. Even if we have never heard of it, this Dragon Balls might be just a lie by Slug. Frisia waved his hand with a sullen face and said, do your best to find out whether it is true or not, and give me to investigate. Yes, King Frisia. Zarbon and Dodoria straightened up and responded. Frisia did not know that the Dragon Balls actually existed on planet Namek. Because of the climate change experienced by planet Namek, the people had been scarce and basically didn't go out of the planet. So, they naturally had no way to learn the news of the Dragon Balls. The only one who knew that the Dragon Balls existed on planet Namek was Vegeta. All kinds of coincidences let Frisia do useless work. He simply couldn't get any information about the Dragon Balls. In planet Yeeling, little Reimu walked around the entire planet under the leadership of Ayaka. Now, little Reimu could be called a little princess in the true sense of the word. Nah, Mama, are all these castles ours? Little Reimu asked with starry eyes. Yes, not only here, but this whole starry sky too. Oh, I'm so happy. Reimu is so happy. Mama is getting better and better at making money. Little Reimu pulled the corner of Ayaka's clothes and jumped. Ayaka had no way to deal with this child. Reimu's modesty fell up. She couldn't even pick it up to check. I can't keep my virtue, but I can only try to keep your integrity. Ayaka thought breathlessly. However, now they had a large territory, no matter how Reimu fell modesty, it was no problem. With a quick glance, Ayaka noticed the furry tail behind the little Reimu, remembering that this tail, in addition to transforming into a great ape, was somewhat useless. Basically, it had no great effect, and it would become a weakness of the Saiyans, so she had the urge to pull it off. With a light grip, she grabbed Raimu's small tail, and Raimu immediately fell to the ground with her whole body powerless. "Mama, what are you doing? My whole body has no strength, it's so hard. This tail is too obstructive, and will bring a lot of trouble. I will help you remove it." With that, Ayaka's fingers lit up with electricity between them, and a divine power unique to Kami shone. With a slight point at Raimu's tail, there was a bar, and the whole tail actually fell off. After it was repaired by divine power, it would not grow back in the future. "Okay," Raimu stood up and gave it a try. Raimu obeyed and stood up, snapped, and fell due to imbalance. Seeing this, Ayaka knew that the child was unable to adjust to the balance, so she picked her up. Raimu felt Ayaka's warm embrace and moved her whole body to find a comfortable position to squint her eyes. A few days later, Raimu adapted to the balance and ran around the hall in a blaze of glory. The cosmonauts guarding the headquarters knew that this little girl was their little princess, and they all respectfully did not dare to be the least bit negligent. These cosmonauts were much happier than before. The dark clouds above their heads dispersed, and they were able to smile when they stood guard. They believed that with the blessing of a strong person like the Queen, planet Yiling would only get better and better. One day, the voice of the North Kai rang in Ayaka's ears. "Huh, Ayaka, you actually killed Cooler. If I hadn't investigated a bit during this time, I wouldn't have known that Cooler was dead." North Kai laughed brightly. The destruction of Cooler's forces could be described as a great pleasure. The boulder pressed in the heart of North Kai was immediately released. Although he didn't know how Ayaka killed Cooler, it didn't matter. Cooler died and took over all his forces, which immediately made the northern region completely calm. Wouldn't North Kai be happy? Moreover, Ayaka's scientific management has made North Kai very applauded. Even in the heart of the fantasy, if Ayaka could continue to make efforts to destroy King Cold and Frisia in one fell swoop, that would be better so that North Kai could completely relax. Among the many Kais, North Kai's rule by doing nothing was notorious. His management of the universe was chaotic. Many strong people weren't in control. It could be said that the title Kai was only a name because, except for King Yema, the gods had some role. They basically couldn't intervene in the affairs of the universe. In fact, Cooler has been seriously injured by the girls. "I killed Cooler, but it was a simple matter." Ayaka truthfully explained the situation. "Oh, the girls are now so strong?" North Kai asked in amazement. Although the girls were helping to patrol the north area, North Kai's perception about their strength had remained in the past. North Kai nodded, so they had become that strong somehow. "Yes, Lunch and Lancy now are very strong. Although they're Earthling, their physique is extraordinary, and ordinary Earthling are completely different. I'm afraid now that their individual strength is no less than Frisia." North Kai was shocked. Their strength has been no less than Frisia, so strong? This is incredible. North Kai was shocked when he knew Earthlings could be strong because he always considered the Earthlings a weak race. "I found a technique from other planets called a fusion technique. They can both merge into one, and their strength greatly increased. Although there is a time limit, the girls can seriously injure Cooler with this move." "Well, so that is the case." North Kai was a little query. He was indeed query about the fusion technique information. "Right. Since you have been strong to this extent, Ayaka, please make sure you come to North Kai's planet. I will also ask the girls come over. There are important things to tell you." North Kai said seriously. Seeing how serious the North Kai was, Ayaka nodded and prepared to go to the North Kai's planet. The snake road of the other world connected to another space, surrounded by auspicious golden clouds. It was like an ocean as far as the eye could see, with a tiny spherical planet at the end of the snake road. With a swoosh, Ayaka's tall figure appeared, carrying a young child in her arms. Little Raimu looked in amazement with wide eyes at North Kai's planet below, which was no more than 100 meters in diameter. "Nah, Mama, is that the planet you said was the North Kai's planet? It looks so small." Little Raimu's clear voice rang out. "Don't look at the size of North Kai's planet, the gravity up there is very big. You will not be able to even stand up." Ayaka lightly smiled and stroked Raimu's little head. Little Raimu's eyes twinkled. She patted her chest and said proudly, "I'm not afraid of any gravity. I'm very strong." Ayaka smiled at this. Whether she could resist gravity, they would know later. Don't look at Raimu's small body over 4 years old. Under Ayaka's brilliant guidance, her strength couldn't be underestimated. Her power level was already 388. This was the reason why Raimu deliberately suppressed, otherwise, the strength would be even higher. Ayaka wasn't sure whether she was a low-level warrior, middle-level warrior, or elite warrior. With a light leap, Ayaka appeared in the North Kai's planet. The gravity above then began to affect them, but the 10 times the gravity was dispensable to Ayaka and would not be affected at all. However, Raimu was miserable. She shouted, "Ah," and then prostrated on the ground, unable to stand up. Looking at Raimu gritting her teeth and trying to get up but couldn't, Ayaka laughed happily. Seeing Ayaka was snickering at the side instead of helping herself, Raimu puffed up her little face and looked at Ayaka with tears in her eyes. It was very pitiful. "How about it? The gravity of North Kai's planet is good, right?" Ayaka blinked, pointing at Raimu, making a cloud of divine power to wrap her up, instantly isolating the gravity on the North Kai's planet. The divine power was different from combat power. Although it was not powerful, the function was quite practical. "Humph, you're bullying me." Raimu looked away with teary eyes. Ayaka burst in amusement. She put the palm of his hand on Raimu's head, constantly shaking, making Raimu a little dizzy. "Ha, Ayaka, you came so soon. Who is this little girl?" North Kai, dressed in a black Kai costume and somewhat short and fat, came out of the house, followed by the gorilla Bubbles. "North Kai." Ayaka greeted with a smile and then introduced, "This child is called Raimu, my adopted child. Raimu, this is North Kai who manages the north area, and behind him is Bubbles. Come and say hello." "Hello, North Kai and Bubbles, I'm Raimu, Ayaka's daughter." Raimu greeted good-naturedly, her small hand tightly pulling Ayaka's wrist. "Oh haha, very nice child. It's amazing that Ayaka has a daughter." North Kai laughed up in a soothing mood. Letting Raimu play with Bubble alone, Ayaka discussed the purpose of the trip with North Kai and asked, "North Kai, what is the matter with having us over so urgently?" "It's a quite good thing, I'll announce it together when the girls arrive. I definitely won't let you guys make a trip for nothing." North Kai put away his cynical smile and looked at Ayaka with a serious face. His sharp gaze shot straight out through his sunglasses. "Good thing." Although Ayaka was puzzled, seeing North Kai pretending to be mysterious, she couldn't help but made her had some expectations. Since North Kai said so that there must be no immediate intention to announce. She took small steps to the front of the Realm King's house and found a chair to sit down. He. Raimu was happily chasing Babulus around. From time to time, she let out a cheeky, playful sound. Ayaka sat on the side, one hand on the table with her chin resting to watch with interest. About 10 minutes later, 2 blurred figures appeared. Launch and Lancy came to the North Kai's planet. "Ha, Ayaka, long time no see." In a flash, the 2 girls had come to Ayaka as fast as lightning and shouted enthusiastically. "You guys too, long time no see. TSK, your strength has grown a lot. It is said that even Cooler was wounded by you guys." Ayaka smiled beautifully like a spring breeze. The 2 girls listened, waved their hands, embarrassed. How come? That is only by coincidence. If you did not teach us the fusion technique, how can we beat Cooler? The three of them had not seen each other for many years, so they naturally had a lot to talk about when they reunited. Lancey was excited to talk about their experiences. Although they were only touring around North Area, they had seen all kinds of cosmic races and visited all kinds of strange and weird places. North Area was actually a large star field, where the galaxy was not the galaxy in Ayaka's previous life memory, but a huge cluster of galaxies countless times larger, which covers many large galaxies like her previous galaxy. The three of them chatted with each other with great interest, and before they knew it, most of the day had passed. "Mama, I'm hungry." Raimu touched her flat little belly, pouted, and ran over to pull Ayaka's wrist. Her pair of bright eyes curiously looking at the two beautiful big sisters in front of them. "Huh, Ayaka, this is the little girl you adopted? So cute. Little one, your name is Raimu, isn't it? I'm a good friend of your mama, you have to call us auntie from now on." Lancey smiled and squatted down. Her pretty eyes were looking at Raimu flatly. "Hello, auntie." Raimu called out politely, then looked at Ayax with immense eagerness and said again, "Mama, I'm hungry." Everyone was amused by Raimu's adorable appearance and led her into the hut of North Kai so that she could eat up inside with painful pleasure. "Little Raimu is also a Saiyan?" Launch asked in a whisper. Ayaka nodded her head, said with emotion, "After the destruction of planet Vegeta, there are only a few Saiyans left. Raimu was lucky that her whole ship was sealed into the ice layer and coincidentally found by me. When she was frozen, I looked at the poor and adopted her." Launch softly nodded and no longer spoke. The adoption of Raimu by the Saiyan couldn't be more appropriate. Generally speaking, Saiyans were born with a strong social nature, which was reflected in other Saiyans. They were warlike, indoctrinated by machines to combat tasks, etc., but Raimu, on the other hand, behaved just like ordinary children. They wondered whether it was because she had been frozen or for some other reason. After eating dinner, Raimu fell into bed and fell asleep contentedly. The three people were summoned by North Kai. North Kai exhaled, said seriously and gratefully, "Ayaka, through the development of these years, you have not let me down. Not only the strength of the strong-up actually can defeat that demon Cooler, really good. Especially Ayaka actually managed to kill Cooler. After this, the Frisia clan should be restrained. The North Area will also be peaceful for a period of time, and I am relieved that Ayaka is ruling the northern region." The two girls used the fusion technique and then managed to seriously wound Cooler but didn't seem to be completely sure of killing him. Luckily, Ayaka filled in at the right time and managed to end the life of that cosmic emperor. North Area had been delighted with the current situation. Compared to the previous barbaric rule of the Frisia clan, almost no humanity to speak of, relying entirely on the force, treating human life as grass, and killing the strong when they felt unhappy. Ayaka's rule was really a lot higher. With planet Yeon as its central star, the new northern force had divided the entire North Area ruling region into 7 regions, each with a general administrative planet, managing the numerous administrative planets below. The administration was based on an appointment system and a parliamentary system. All officials of the general administration planet were appointed by the central planet, and the administrative planet being elected by the native inhabitants of the planet through a parliamentary system. This dictatorship system from above and democracy from below was very much in line with the needs of interstellar rule. According to the model of planet Bodhi, each administrative planet could set up a fixed number of planetary guards with a strength of less than 1,000 to consolidate the daily rule and suppress mutineers. The same applied to the general administrative planet, which had a fixed number of guards with a strength of less than 3,000. As for the entire new Northern Forces Army and the appointment of the central planet, it was nominally under the control of the Queen of Planet Yiling. However, of course, Ayaka was not so empty, so she formed a cabinet responsible for handling various tedious matters. In addition, Ayaka was also ready to set up a queen's personal guards with power level of more than 50,000 to guard the central planet. However, due to the small number of eligible people, only 3 had been recruited so far. These 3 were also the hidden masters of the cooler era. This fusion of constitutional monarchy, dictatorship, parliamentary system of 4 was running efficiently and methodically. Moreover, the system was extremely stable because the leaders are all strong people with amazing power. The ruling class and power were distributed in the shape of a pyramid. North Kai, you shouldn't have come to us just to say this, right? Ayaka smiled lightly. Her smile was as relaxing and soothing as a lily of the valley. Of course not, the next thing I want to tell you is a big good thing. A good thing that we have not had in the North area for thousands of years. The North Kai spoke with a smile piled on his face, the antenna-like tentacles twitched, and his words were filled with pride. Was it the best thing to happen to the North area in 1,000 years? The pride of North Kai, it seemed to be very not simple. North Kai took a deep breath and excitedly announced, Ayaka, your excellent performance in recent times has actually long drawn the attention of Grand Kai. This time with Cooler's death, Grand Kai even made a special effort to inform me that he has allowed you to travel to Grand Kai's planet for training, and that you will be personally instructed by Grand Kai. Allowing them to enter Grand Kai's planet and be personally instructed by the Grand Kai. Ayaka and the others were first surprised, and then smiles of joy crept up. The Grand Kai's was not something that ordinary people could go to. The Grand Kai's planet at the intersection of the 4 other worlds in the southeast and northwest was located in a subgenre higher than the North Kai's planet, the highest level in the galaxy. When you were qualified to go to the Grand Kai's planet to practice, it meant you were strong people who had made outstanding contributions or at least were strong people who had saved the life of a planet with their own power. More importantly, those who go to the Grand Kai's planet were generally the dead who were qualified to enter heaven, while the living like Ayaka to enter Grand Kai's planet, as the North Kai said, there might not be one in 1,000 years. Don't look at the difference between North Kai and Grand Kai was only a word. It was a world of difference. The difference was the same as the ordinary Saiyan and Super Saiyan. You guys make the arrangements, after that I will personally take you to the Grand Kai's planet. North Kai spoke excitedly. Grand Kai had a high status. Usually, even if they were Kai without getting the summons of Grand Kai, they seldom had the opportunity to set foot in the Grand Kai's planet. Therefore, the fact that they could go to the Grand Kai's planet was a blessing to Ayaka and the girls, and it was a great honor for them to say so. The thought of the future could stand up to the other 3 Kaiser speak. The North Kai's heart was burning. After making some arrangements, the 3 girls leave for Grand Kai's planet, led by North Kai, while little Raimu was left behind on North Kai's planet with Bubbles accompanying her. Little Raimu tearfully attacked Ayaka when she found out that she was going to be left alone in North Kai's planet. She stared at Ayaka with pitiful little watery eyes and tried to make Ayaka change her mind. However, she had already used this little trick. With a glare and a stern gaze, Raimu was bluffed, and Ayaka knew how Grand Kai's planet was. Even if she wanted to take Raimu there, he had to abide by the rules. As the supreme god of the galaxy, the planet inhabited by Grand Kai wasn't something that anyone could go to. Besides, Raimu was still young. It would be a bit overambitious to take to Grand Kai's planet. It would be better to stay in the North Kai's planet and let the North Kai give good instructions. There was no requirement for Raimu's strength to advance by leaps and bounds, as long as she could lay a good foundation. Little Raimu pouted and looked at the ground with a dissatisfied face. Finally, in her stubborn eyes, Ayaka and others went to the Grand Kai's planet under the leadership of North Kai. Oh mama, and the girls left without me. Raimu is not happy. Little Raimu sat on her butt and plucked the grass on the ground without relief. Oh. Bubbles cocked his head and made an oh sound from his mouth. Bubbles, do you understand me? However, what she got was a puzzled look from Bubbles. Little Raimu deflated and flopped to the ground, casually tossing the small grass in her hand. The bright green young grass flew in the air and scattered lightly to the open surroundings. Beep beep. There was a beeping sound as if the bursting sound of burning firewood came. Little Raimu climbed up, and her eyes were dripping around, looking for the source of the sound. However, she soon found that the energy circle around her body was trembling. With each tremor, the energy circle would become a little thinner. Little Raimu stared in amazement at the gradually thinning circle of energy with her mouth open wide. How can this be? It's almost like the protective circle left by Mama is disappearing. Little Raimu squatted to the ground again. She opened her mouth. Her whole body was anxious and terrified. Tears began to accumulate at the corners of her eyes, and they were about to gush out of her eyes. The taste of 10 times the gravity of North Kai's planet was not pleasant. Oh Mama, come back. The protective circle is almost gone. The Grand Kai's planet was located in the higher dimension of the galaxy. It was a planet with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. Compared to other planets in the universe, the size of the Grand Kai's planet was definitely not big, but compared to the 4 Kai's planet under it, it already belonged to the behemoth. Legend had it that Grand Kai was the most powerful being in the galaxy, and the planet where he lives was home to many martial artists from heavens who were proud to be instructed by Grand Kai. The fashionable and innovative competition-loving Grand Kai would often hold large martial arts tournaments, the winners of which would receive his personal instruction. Compared to the 4 Kais, Grand Kai was more playful. He would hold all kinds of competitions, and spying on the lower realm was one of the essential pleasures in the life of the Grand Kai. As early as a few years ago, when Ayaka eliminated the Cooler Armor Squadron, Grand Kai had already noticed her. However, at that time, Ayaka was not strong and could only barely enter the eyes of the Grand Kai. Grand Kai was a very high vision. His planet had gathered countless excellent martial artists from the 4 galaxies since ancient times. After a long training, most of them were stronger than Ayaka. There were even several who could easily defeat the perfect Cell. Having seen many strong people, Ayaka's little strength at that time was not enough to see. What impressed Grand Kai was that some time ago, Launch and Lancy even used the fusion technique to seriously injure Cooler. Whereas Ayaka's strike made Grand Kai really paid attention. The blonde hair and blue pupils, crazy aura. Ruthless look, that was a long time since the appearance of the Super Saiyan. In a few years, Ayaka's strength surprisingly became sesame seeds and transformed into a Super Saiyan. This growth rate was simply incredible. Moreover, the strength that Ayaka showed at that time in the generations of Super Saiyan was considered the best. The Super Saiyan, who hadn't appeared for many years, appeared again, and the strength was extraordinary. All this immediately led Grand Kai to pay attention to. In contrast to the Super Saiyan, who couldn't control his sanity like Broly, Grand Kai valued the Saiyan who could freely master his transformation state like Ayaka. So, he immediately contacted North Kai and let Ayaka and others come to the Grand Kai's planet when they were free. Leading the galaxy for countless billions of years, Grand Kai knew more about Super Saiyans than the North Kai. So, Ayaka's status as a Super Saiyan was enough to attract his attention. The arrival of the 3 people and North Kai did not bring too much attention to the martial artists living here. They just pay attention to each other and nod as a greeting, but some martial artists from the North area enthusiastically went around to chat when they saw the North Kai. North Kai's expression was kind. He actually chatted with them for a while. Then, when the martial artists left, he proudly said to Ayaka, they were all heroes of the North area. They were all credited with saving at least one planet and came here to practice after they died and entered heaven with the permission of Grand Kai. Since this was known in advance, so it was not too strange. Ayaka's calm performance made the North Kai nod repeatedly, and then they walked towards the Grand Kai's mansion. As they walked along, they witnessed cosmopolitans from all parts of the galaxy and were secretly surprised. Ayaka found that the weakest among them had hundreds of thousands of power level, and millions and tens of millions of power level masters also abounded, no less than the dark demon realm. Soon, she understood. The corners of her mouth could not help but hang a smile. These people who came to Grand Kai's planet were heroes who were qualified to enter heaven. They saved the world during their lifetime and experienced countless years of training after coming to Grand Kai's planet, so it was only natural that they had all this strength. Ayaka, later when you see Grand Kai, pay attention to him. Grand Kai identity is noble not to offend. The existence of Supreme Kai was only a legend, and the only one who was truly above the many Kais was Grand Kai, so Grand Kai was always noble and great in the hearts of the four Kais. This time they came to see Grand Kai, which was more important than the other. So naturally, they should know how to take it. Ayaka nodded and then followed the North Kai into the mansion. The mansion where Grand Kai lived wasn't as gorgeously decorated as the usual palaces. However, it was as if he had entered a garden with a soft, warm breeze. A sense of natural peace was born, and an intoxicating sentiment combed the depths of the soul's noise, making people feel relaxed. North Kai led Ayaka with a calm face, passing through a garden-like corridor and finally entering the place where Grand Kai lived. Grand Kai! North Kai humbly shouted. In front of him, a white-haired old man dressed in casual clothes and dancing fiercely with a tape recorder stopped dancing when he heard the voice and came to the North Kai one step at a time slowly. North Kai, you came. Well, is this Ayaka? Oh, really extraordinary. The white-haired old man was Grand Kai. He first greeted North Kai and then turned his head to look at Ayaka and others. A glint of essence flashed in his eyes, and he laughed loudly. At the time, Grand Kai looked at Ayaka, Ayaka also watched him. In the original story, there weren't many scenes of the Grand Kai. He only appeared in the anime. In the manga, he was only mentioned by Piccolo, who served as Kami but did not show up. Only by the content of the anime, Ayaka simply pieced together the image of Grand Kai. He had white hair, urchin, unfathomable. This was Ayaka's first feeling after seeing Grand Kai. In heaven to continue training in a righteous way, the martial artists believed that the Grand Kai was the strongest in the universe. In the original story, when Son Goku arrived at Grand Kai's planet after his death to see the Grand Kai, Cell and others were making trouble in hell. Grand Kai ordered Son Goku and Pikin to solve. Later, Son Goku and East Kai were racing, Grand Kai easily ran before the two of them. This also proved that he was much stronger than Son Goku at the time they were. Originally, the winner of the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament could get instruction in martial arts from Grand Kai. However, because Grand Kai was negligent in his practice and did not want to be disturbed by his disciple's life, he casually found an excuse to cancel the qualification of Son Goku and Pikin as winners. Although there had been no indication of the real strength of Grand Kai in the original, just from some subtle plot, Ayaka could still figure out that the survival of countless years was known as the strongest in the galaxy. Thus, Grand Kai at least possessed a strength that rivaled the first stage of the Super Saiyan and much more powerful than Ayaka, who was now a Super Saiyan. North Kai, there is no more business for you here, go back to manage the North area well. Grand Kai said smilingly. However, for North Kai, as if he had received an order, he shook his body, saluted respectfully, and turned around to prepare to leave. North Kai, please take care of Raimu for me. I will go back when things are over here. Little Raimu is with me, so you can be completely at ease. North Kai nodded with a smile and tried to salute Grand Kai again but was glared out by Grand Kai as if he was chasing a duck. After North Kai left, Grand Kai, with a smile on his face, said in a nostalgic tone, I have not seen a Super Saiyan for quite a few years. This Super Saiyan of yours is different from the previous ones. No matter the strength or temperament you're the best among the Saiyans. The previous Super Saiyan will only bring disaster to the universe every time he appears, but in your body, I cannot see the hostility. Well, this is very good. If you cannot fully control the power, you're bound to be controlled by the power. They will become murderous, and those who retain some sanity will mostly become arrogant and cocky. While your case. If you can practice more, you will certainly be able to shake the universe. Grand Kai, you overpraised. Ayaka said humbly. No, you and the two girls beside you possess very great potential, and that is exactly why I asked you to come to the Grand Kai's planet. Don't look at my many masters here. Those are the ones who have gone through countless years of training after entering heaven. To say that their power in life is not at all comparable to yours. Moreover, as the dead, none of them can leave the other world, and this world of living has to rely on you to maintain it. Don't you think? The three people smiled and nodded. With such a master's guidance, how could they refuse it? Next, Grand Kai took Ayaka to the training place, pointed to the platform hall, and said, "This is the venue specially used for training. There are all kinds of strange environments inside, which are very helpful for training." The platform hall was in the color of gold and white, with countless golden gates arranged in order on the tall and stately fence. The gates were arranged neatly and compactly. Each gate was marked with the name of the internal environment, stating gravity chamber, cold chamber, flame chamber, pressure chamber, and so on. Moreover, this platform hall seemed to be very popular among practitioners. From time to time, one could see martial artists with a circle of light over their heads entering and leaving the gates. This kind of environment with various forms is able to promote the practice. However, I wonder just how effective it is. Gravity chamber and cold chamber, such common environments, Ayaka did not give much thought to. Of course, she had already experienced these environments many times, but it was the pressure chamber and other training rooms that aroused her interest. The environment around the martial artist practitioner's training was very important. These were the most basic common sense. Seeing Ayaka and the others looking intently at the platform hall, Grand Kai laughed loudly, reaching out and stroking his white beard. I spent countless years building up these. Each environment inside has reached the ultimate state from easy to difficult all the way, and can play a unique training effect. Moreover, the space inside is so huge that it can accommodate many people for training at the same time. I dare say that no better place for training can be found in the entire galaxy. Grand Kai's laughter was tinged with pride, and Ayaka did not think that Grand Kai's move was idle boredom. She nodded approvingly, and compared to the training chamber here, the hyperbolic time chamber on the lookout was a bit small and incomparable. The number of people entering the hyperbolic time chamber was limited, not to mention the mandatory rules for each person's practice time. It is only allowed to enter for 3 days in a lifetime, and the 3 days were converted into 3 years inside. Neither the environment nor the length of time could be compared to Grand Kai's platform hall, and the only thing worthy of praise was the different time flow. At the same time, the time flow was different. Oh, Ayaka, launch, Lancy, next time, you will be in the chamber of this platform hall to practice. When you encounter difficulties, you can ask, I will give you the answer. There are also many powerful and highly skilled martial artists inside, you can also go and ask them for advice. Grand Kai's gaze was profound, and his face showed a smile. The Saiyans are a warrior race. Although they have repeatedly destroyed the balance of the universe, there are few Saiyans left now, and I hope that this race will change from you onwards. Well, that's it, practice on your own next. With that, Grand Kai shouldered the big recorder, humming music, and walked away. When he walked away, Lancy quietly came up to Ayaka's ear and said, "This Grand Kai is really interesting, and unfathomable strength." The light breeze blowing on the ears felt itchy, and Ayaka nodded her head. She slapped a palm on Lancy's shoulder and said, "Grand Kai has ruled the galaxy for countless years. The training room that creates hundreds of strange environments alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Then Ayaka, we will go in now to train, which environment should be chosen?" Launch gathered up her dark blue hair and found it a little difficult to choose. Ayaka was unable to get attention even after a little consideration, so she said, "Whatever, it's best to go in according to your needs, and ask Grand Kai or other martial artists if you don't understand." Launch and Lancy looked at each other. Then, they took the lead and flew to the platform hall, thought for a while, and entered the pressure chamber and spirit chamber, respectively. After they both went in, Ayaka flew around the hundreds of doors on the wall of the hall in turn. She finally stopped by a door with the word Thunder written on it. Thunder House, as the name suggests, was filled with lightning and thunder extreme environments. Every second inside, there were countless lightning blasts down. It was an extreme place that could not tolerate the existence of life at all. These thunderbolts were different from the lightning in the natural environment. They were more terrifying and harmful than lightning. They were the most primitive thunderbolts generated by the decay of giant stars, black hole collisions, and cosmic thunderbolts. They were 10,000 times more terrifying than the lightning in the natural environment. Extreme thunder environment in many environments was also at the forefront. It was only a little weaker than the big thunderbolt, black holes, ray storms, and other extreme environments. However, it was not generally able to withstand, so it could be said that people without a certain amount of courage and tolerance into the land of thunder wouldn't even be left by the thunder in minutes and seconds. The thunder chamber was filled with purple lightning. When Ayaka entered inside, the door behind her immediately closed. Then the bright light shining with purple lightning descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the peaceful place near the door, chasing Ayaka straight down. Rumble. A thunderbolt went straight at Ayaka. The purple lightning flashed with a demonic brightness. It was so bizarre that it seemed like a long snake with a spiritual nature, stuttering with a chilling letter. It coiled and came. The sky and the earth were infinitely close, and a purple folding line went back and forth through the air in the middle. Poof! The space near the purple lightning appeared a strange arc cracks, and the air surged through the cracks toward the unknown space. Surprisingly, it made the nearby space shatter. The enormous destructive force made Ayaka discolored. She snapped a few times. The lightning had actually penetrated the protective layer and hit Ayaka's delicate body directly. The body clothing issued a sizzling sound, instantly blown to pieces. However, because the clothes had the ability to recover, so in the blink of an eye, back intact. However, Ayaka's body was not so lucky. Although she had a strong recovery ability, the lightning was still cracked and black. A burning smell wafted into the nose. Grinning, a surge of energy emerged from his body to repair the injured cells, but the speed of repair in such an extreme and treacherous environment was obviously not as fast as the speed of destruction, and before Ayaka could recover, another demonic purple thunderbolt swept down. How fast? Ayaka sighed darkly. She leaped to avoid this sweeping, suddenly felt an abnormal energy reaction to her side, and looked back, not good. She wondered when a purple to black arc lightning actually drifted to her. It was about to engulf her. This lightning was silent and not too powerful, but its color made people uneasy. This arc lightning was like a mollusk-like, with countless long, thin, and curved tentacles. It was like a big net that covered Ayaka. At this point, she had no way to retreat but to continue to accept the baptism of thunder. She gritted her teeth, "I'll fight." With the skin splitting open, Ayaka stayed in place with a bitter face and could only let the lightning strike down. Ah! The miserable shout came out from her mouth. The voice was harsh and loud, but apparently, Ayaka was the only one practicing in the thunder chamber, so no outsiders heard her screams. As the lightning strikes down, again and again, Ayaka gradually found a pattern. Although the lightning in the thunder chamber was terrifying with enough power to destroy a large planet, its attacks were strictly time-based, and this was the rule. Generally, it was 9 thunderbolts for a round. These 9 thunderbolts would be struck as a single time, after which it would fall into a pause period of tens of minutes. She thought she couldn't carry it anymore. She had to choose to escape from the thunder chamber, but what was waiting for Ayaka was not another thunderbolt. However, it was a pause that lasted for a short period of time. Ayaka seized this gap and frantically used the energy bound and the Ice King divine sword in her body to repair her body. After receiving nearly 100 rounds of thunderbolts, her body had a certain resistance to thunder, so she boldly sat on the ground and used her energy bound to absorb the lightning energy permeating the space. After a year, Ayaka adapted to the environment of the Thunder Chamber, during which she did not stay in the Thunder Chamber all the time. The purpose of her visit to Grand Kai's planet was to receive instruction from Grand Kai, and it was impossible to spend her time inside. So Ayaka would step out of the Thunder Chamber once every month to allow Grand Kai to instruct herself in training. Grand Kai was unexpectedly generous to her, and with the guidance of the Grand Kai and her hard work, her strength rose rapidly. A few years ago, when she was transformed into a Super Saiyan, she was still at the beginning of the Super Saiyan stage. Then when she came to the Grand Kai's planet, she was already approaching the middle Super Saiyan stage, and now she has reached the upper Super Saiyan stage. For Ayaka's growth, Grand Kai did not say too many words. It could only be described as a genius. In just over a year, Ayaka's strength even exceeded him a little, which left Grand Kai speechless. In addition to his age and that long experience, he had nothing to show off in front of Ayaka. Inside the Thunder Chamber, Ayaka dashingly stood in the middle. The thunder of several kilometers around all converged over, turning into an unusually large beam of thunder. Ayaka closed her eyes, her long golden hair fluttered, and a few bunches of hair on her forehead shot up to the sky. When she opened her eyes, her bright eyes gazed at the huge thunderbolt that kept converging in the sky, and her turquoise eyes did not have a single fluctuation. Interstellar thunderbolt and thunder gathering actually triggered extreme mutations. Looking at the environment that turned into a starry sky, the several stars overhead ran according to a systematic and clear trajectory, and occasionally the stars collided with each other, giving rise to a deafening thunder momentum. Rumble. Huge thunderous sound as if stabbing through space rang out in the ears, and in a flash, the stars staggered away to continuously collide. Each collision was producing chilling purple-black huge energy as well as endless spatial vibrations. It's coming. The colliding stars in the starry sky had disappeared, and a long dragon-like galaxy shining with dazzling brightness suddenly replaced them. Roar! The angry five-clawed dragon tore up space and suddenly impacted down. The giant dragon swooped down, surrounding it like a huge basin. The water in the basin gushes violently, and the shining stars shake around and break apart with a crash. Using ki to form a huge shield around, Ayaka shouted, "Come on, let me see the ultimate thunder power of the Thunder Chamber." She magnificently shouted at the five-clawed dragon formed by the thunder with strong confidence in her words. Ow! The dragon was enraged as if it were a living creature, its huge body shining with a bright silver-white light, running over with an intimidating and terrifying aura. The broad dragon body flashed with a purple-black folded electric aura, stretching out continuously. Boom! Rumble! The thunder dragon slammed into the body of Ayaka, erupted with a deafening sound, and the dragon immediately annihilated. In an instant, time and space seemed to be frozen in general. Clatter! Along with the loud sound of tearing, space was twisted and cracked a striped path as if the fireworks were about to burn out when the last glimmer of light. The huge sound formed a piece of shock waves visible to the naked eye continue to bounce back in all directions. The space boiled, and for a long time, chaos-like disorderly breath gradually subsided, and the space no longer appears thunder. Ayaka's attractive body appeared in space. But, unfortunately, Ayaka was in a bit of a mess. Although the five-clawed dragon formed by the thunderous force blocked, the energy formed by the violent impact still injured her. The clothes on her body shattered countless times in the raging and continuous impact, and there were different degrees of damage to various parts of her body. She sat down against the ground and rang the bell. The slender and transparent crystal longsword detached from her body and flew in the air. When the divine sword trembled, a cool and soothing aura emanated from the Ice King divine sword. The cool breath entered the body. Combined with the body's powerful recovery ability, the injuries all over the body were healed in just a short time. The thunder environment could promote growth. The most threatening, day and night to endure the impact of lightning was not generally able to withstand. Feeling the energy flowing through her body, Ayaka felt energized. At this moment, she seemed to be able to stab the space with a finger. But, of course, these were just Ayaka's feelings. Space was not that easy to break open. However, it was undeniable that for any strong person under the baptism of this extreme environment, as long as they survive, there would be notable progress. At this time, Ayaka's strength had reached a chilling point. She knew she was one step closer to breaking through the Super Saiyan into the Super Saiyan second stage. In Ayaka's understanding, there were a total of 3 transformations of the first stage of the Super Saiyan. The first transformation was her previous state, blonde hair and blue pupils of the ordinary transformation, which was the transformation of ordinary Super Saiyan. The second state was slightly swollen muscles, speed, strength also increased, but also the consumption of ki was also extremely rapid. So compared with the first state, it was a kind of consuming transformation to shorten the length of the transformation to burst out more powerful power, similar to the use of Kaioken. The third state was a muscular transformation, which turned into this form. The muscles would be extremely swollen, consuming a lot of energy and seriously affecting the speed. It could be said that the 3 transformations in the state of the most undesirable one. The original Son Goku and Vegeta were aware of its flaws, so coincidentally avoided using in battle. In Ayaka's view, the 3 transformation states excluding the third muscle-type transformation. The first and second had advantages and disadvantages. The ordinary transformation power was relatively small, but the transformation time was long, and the expendable transformation power was huge, but the transformation time was shortened. These were different combat forms taken in the same air condition. The transformations were extended from a highly intelligent combat background. Ayaka was now reaching the 4th state of the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation, Super Saiyan FP, also known as Super Saiyan Full Power. Super Saiyan FP had the same power as an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, the Super Saiyan state could be maintained for a long time, overcoming the weakness of the Super Saiyan in the battle of physical exertion to maximize the Super Saiyan's power level. This state of Super Saiyan strength in the second state on the basis of speed, so the overall power level increased significantly. In the original story, the first to reach the Super Saiyan full power level was Son Goku and Son Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. At this time, Ayaka was the Super Saiyan full power, overriding the first 3 transformations of the Super Saiyan state. Thus, she combined all the advantages of normal transformations and expendable transformations and the ability to preserve the Super Saiyan state for a long time and overcome the weakness of physical exertion in battle. Z. The gate opened automatically. Ayaka looked back at the nearly empty thunder chamber behind her and walked out with a single stride. Outside the golden-white platform hall, Ayaka's turquoise eyes scanned the beautiful garden-like scenery outside. She then took a deep breath of air, exhaled the turbid air, and breathed in the breath that contained drifting fragrance. Her spirit was lifted, and her whole body was refreshed. The scenery on Grand Keys plant was simply different from the training chamber. At this time, a few martial artists flew past Ayaka, nodding to her in a friendly greeting. Ayaka nodded back at them. Over this time, she had gotten to know most of the martial artists here. The martial artists all knew that the 3 of them were specially invited by Grand Kai to come and train, so they were extra warm to Ayaka and the girls. In addition, they often helped to solve some problems. Ayaka flew around the platform hall but did not find a suitable place to train. After experiencing the Thunder Chamber training, Ayaka already had strong adaptability. She was no longer concerned about the other harsh environments, which were slightly less than the Thunder Chamber. After a few glances, there were only big thunderbolts, black holes, ray storms, and other extreme environments that caught her eye, but she didn't plan to go in these extreme environments. It was too dangerous. As the name implies, the big thunderbolt referred to the Big Bang, which was the terrible chaos of the opening of the universe. The big thunderbolt here wasn't the kind that opened up the universe but the chaos of the formation of the galaxy. Its degree of terror was not trivial, knowing that the galaxy here was not the galaxy of the former Earth but a huge cluster of galaxies containing billions of former galaxies. When this galaxy cluster opened up the power, Ayaka worried about going in and couldn't get out. Although she possessed the body of immortality, it could be sealed inside forever, between life and death in a continuous cycle. The black hole and ray burst power were a little less than the big thunderbolt, but Ayaka was also unable to go in now because there was no escape from the fate of permanent death. Due to the horror of these extreme environments, almost no one had dared to set foot in them throughout history. Even Grand Kai, who created these training chambers, did not dare to step into them. The construction of these training chambers was a coincidence, commonly known as the power of the Force. It was not Grand Kai who was above the training chambers. This inquisitive environment is too terrifying. If I go in now, I'm afraid I'll be swallowed to the bone, so I'd better practice with Grand Kai. Ayaka remembered the horror inside and sighed helplessly. Even if the individual's strength was strong, it seemed insignificant in the face of the vastness of the universe. At the Grand Kai's residence, Grand Kai sensed the condition of the platform hall through the crystal ball. Seeing Ayaka came out of the training chamber and still maintain the Super Saiyan state, Grand Kai could not help but nod his head. From Ayaka's Super Saiyan form, Grand Kai knew that Ayaka had progressed again. However, it was surprising that she still maintained such a perfect Super Saiyan transformation for so long. The next few days, Grand Kai was shocked that Ayaka's Super Saiyan transformation had never been lifted, and the Super Saiyan transformation had just become Ayaka's daily state. What a terrible little kid. It is surprising that she can keep her Super Saiyan transformation and surpass me by that much in 1 year. This kid is definitely different from the previous Super Saiyan, simply unfathomable. Grand Kai was shocked to observe. Ayaka's golden light flames scattered away. Surprisingly, there was a kind of rhythm of returning to the basics. Without the outgoing flames that rose to the sky, the Super Saiyan state didn't seem so sharp. The blonde hair, blue eyes, as if Ayaka originally looked like that, there was no sense of sculpting the transformation. To maintain the Super Saiyan state in daily life and to restrain the body of the leaking ki, Ayaka was living so uneventful in Grand Kai's planet, living a simple and leisurely life every day. The girls were fishing, enjoy the scenery, occasionally did some simple exercise, and time passed slowly. At first, Grand Kai was worried that Ayaka would continue to challenge the limits, and he was ready to stop it. However, it should be known that extreme challenges had advantages and disadvantages. Each challenge was actually a reorganization of the destruction of the body. The long-term impact on the limit was not only the pros and cons of cultivation but also injury to the body's origin and even threaten life. The moderate relaxation allowed the body's origin to repair itself in order to progress better. Ayaka was almost an adult, so how could she ignore this truth? The way of arts and martial arts was a relaxation. The combination of work and rest was the way to go. She was now at the peak of the first stage of the Super Saiyan, a full power state. However, to break through to the second stage of the Super Saiyan, she still needed a long time to accumulate. Ayaka had been a Super Saiyan for nearly 5 years, but she wanted to break through to the second stage. How could it be that easy? 2 months later, Ayaka was flying in the suburbs, exuding a rich and terrifying pressure. However, the strange thing was that although the pressure was terrifying, there was no disorderly overflow of excess energy. The pressure came entirely from the spiritual level of oppression. Ayaka raised her hand. Her 5 fingers were joined together, and a few blue arcs of lightning flashed in her palm, crackling and snapping, gradually forming a lightning ball 7 or 8 centimeters in size. 10,000 fist. The blue ball of thunder and lightning swooped out with vast power. The vast energy streaked and swept out, and with a loud bang, an enormous blue mushroom cloud rose violently in the distance. Landing on the ground, looking at the destruction of the earth by the 10,000 fist, she frowned in confusion. Strange, the 10,000 fist surprisingly only caused this damage, the power did not increase at all. Ayaka had already noticed in her heart. As her strength continued to improve, the increase of the 10,000 fist became smaller and smaller. Until now, when she broke through to the peak of Super 1, the 10,000 fist had no increased effect. The 10,000 fist was a combination of her 10 fist and the Kaioken, which played a vital role when Ayaka hadn't become a Super Saiyan. However, as her strength increased, the power of the 10,000 fist became less and less effective and now almost reduced to chicken ribs. Kaioken has a limit shackles. The power cannot be unlimited to play an increasing role, and my 10,000 fist could also have such a shackle. Kaioken, 10,000 fist was, after all, a high skill developed at a low level. However, at a high level, its adaptability could not meet the needs. Ayaka frowned. Since she became a Super Saiyan, she rarely used the 10,000 fist. Until today she realized that the inherent flaws of the 10,000 fist had actually reduced to ordinary attack moves. However, the power of the 10,000 fist couldn't be improved overnight. Spending time to study and improve the 10,000 fist, it would be better to advance to Super Saiyan 2 as soon as possible to make it convenient. She thought to herself, her eyes wavering. The old figure of the Grand Kai suddenly appeared and then lightly flew to Ayaka's side. It seems that you have encountered confusion. Why don't you ask any questions and see if I can solve it for you? Hearing the old voice of Grand Kai, Ayaka immediately woke up. Yes, if you had a problem, ask the Grand Kai. With the countless years of experience of the Grand Kai, there was always a better way out than thinking by yourself. Lord Grand Kai, is this? Ayaka told Grand Kai the problem she encountered and then quietly waiting for Grand Kai's answer. Oh, so. It's modified with Kaioken from North Kai. Grand Kai listened carefully and pinpointed it from time to time. But Ayaka, there's no need to improve on the 10,000 fist. Grand Kai's answer was beyond Ayaka's expectations. She puzzledly poked her head over. Grand Kai took a deep breath, and in a stern tone, he said, everything in the universe is free of its laws, the astral movement and even the birth of old age. Sickness and death are bound by laws that cannot be easily violated. North Kai is proud of Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. I think the Spirit Bomb is still worthy of the hand. That Kaioken has actually exploited the loopholes of the law, to a certain extent is against the order of the universe. The power that does not exist but forced by Kaioken, there is subversive damage to the body and even to the balance of order. Fortunately the Kaioken has its own shackles. North Kai's insight is not enough to make up for the defects of the moves, but also fortunately so, otherwise it will certainly be blocked by the universe inhibition. The will of the universe was the inhibition of everything under the rules. If this inhibition was compared to a hive man, he was a judge and executive officer, a weak ant occasionally crawling on the table. He might just smile lightly and reach out and brush it off the table. However, if a cockroach crawls on the table, it was definitely waiting for a book as thick as a brick. Ayaka, your 10,000 fist exceeds Kaioken a lot, more likely to trigger the rebound of the cosmic order. In the future, don't ever hold the idea of enhancing its effectiveness similar to this aspect of Kaioken. Even if you use it, you can only use it as an ordinary move, otherwise there will be a strange disaster. Ayaka was startled. The extra use of Kaioken and the 10,000 fist would trigger a cosmic suppression backlash, which she had never even thought of. At this point, Ayaka remembered Son Goku's viral heart disease. Could it be that the disease was not caused by Son Goku taking ultra-divine water when he was young, but a calamity caused by the rebound of the universe? Suddenly, Ayaka remembered Launch and Lancey. They were both carrying Kaioken, and Grand Kai's caution had to be brought to her attention. Although the girls had basically never used Kaioken, they should be cautioned just in case. Grand Kai, you said that a significant increase in power level will cause a cosmic backlash, so will the Super Saiyan transformation and the fusion dance of planet Metamor produce harm? Grand Kai thought for a while and said, Super Saiyan transformation originates from the bloodline itself, is its own power, just extremely difficult to tap out, and the rules of the universe have long since set boundaries, so there are only a handful of people who have broken through the barrier to transform into Super Saiyans over the ages. Don't worry, break the boundary of the Super Saiyan transformation is recognized by the universe will not trigger the universe backlash. As for the Metamo fusion dance, I do not know much. I think it is through two bodies to withstand the negative impact on the individual will not cause harm. And the Metamoran fusion dance is a superposition of real power, a technique of trickery rather than a technique of breaking the established rules of the universe. Ayaka breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no impact. Otherwise, these two great tools would not have been implemented well. Ayaka then smiled to herself and felt that her question was superfluous. How could the Super Saiyan transformation be harmful? No Super Saiyan died in the original. The 10,000 fist was the second. Anyway, the 10,000 fist couldn't destroy the rules of the universe due to the low level of research and development, and it was just an ordinary move for the transformed Super Saiyan. The Metamoran fusion dance, as Grand Kai said, was a coincidence to combine the power of two people in one, not creating something out of nothing. A few more months had passed, and Ayaka calculated that she had been on Grand Kai's planet for almost a year and a half, plus a few years before that, and 5 years at first glance. It is time to go back. In a short time, Saiyan Raditz should arrive on Earth. Since the environment of the main show development didn't change much, Ayaka believed that everything should go according to the original. The reason why they did not make significant changes to the original was that Ayaka felt that if there was no Z chapter of the Dragon Ball, that would not be Dragon Ball. A familiar Dragon Ball, to make her feel real. Of course, many people would say that everything was interpreted as in the manga. How could it still be true? It was the manga. But Ayaka did not think so. With a different face of Dragon Ball, if there was no Dragon Ball background and no Dragon Ball essence, Ayaka, who was already so powerful, would have been better off just focusing on intergalactic battles. Showing everything in front of her eyes would only make her feel whole and nothing, like a dream. She found the girls, then bid farewell to Grand Kai and left the Grand Kai's planet. A few more super strong people have been born. Haha, the more strong people in my galaxy the better, so that we won't be underestimated by other Grand Kai. Is it a good idea to hold a martial arts tournament sometime later to compare the strength of the strongest people in the galaxy? North Kai's planet. After Ayaka left, the entire North Kai's planet was stirred up. North Kai's planet had been feeling as if he was living in deep water and fire. As Ayaka was away for more than a year, little Raimu had no love of her mother. Raimu didn't know any better, and when she was angry, she threw all her anger on North Kai. Bang, bang, bang. Raimu rummaged through the room of North Kai, one hand pulling the gold silk trim on top of North Kai's suit. Aya, little girl, that is my last golden silk. Just leave me some. How can I meet other Kai in the future? North Kai looked at it with tears in his eyes. If he had known that Raimu was so greedy for money, he would have sent her back to Yiling so that he would not have to suffer so much. Who told you to take Mama away? Without Mama, Raimu is going to bully you. Raimu nonchalantly pulled out all the golden threads, and her eyes were fixed on North Kai wearing Kai's uniform with a little golden thread on it. What are you looking at? This cannot be given to you. North Kai squirmed and turned away, but Raimu darted up, grabbed a thread, and began to draw it up. A year and a half had passed, and Raimu was already almost 5 or 6 years old. Nevertheless, her height was already equal to that of North Kai, and she was so skilled that she grabbed a thread and pulled out the whole golden thread with a clatter. The auspicious clouds were surrounded by a flicker of shadow on North Kai's planet. The three blurred figures appeared, and once again, they returned to the North Kai's planet to feel the weak tenfold gravity above it, and Raimu's face showed a faint smile like a lily. Ayaka's subdued smile didn't last a few seconds when she saw Raimu flung on the North Kai writhing. Her eyes glared. Ayaka was a little angry. Raimu had become more and more lawless child, even wrestled with North Kai. Raimu, what are you doing? Get off from North Kai. Ayaka bellowed with authority. When Raimu heard the sound, her body jolted. She turned around to see Ayaka, and her little face showed a smile of surprise. She jumped down from North Kai and flashed as a black shadow in a flash of lightning, and her whole body had jumped into Ayaka's arms. Oh mama, you are finally back. It's so boring here and Raimu missed you. Raimu cried and buried his head into Ayaka's arms. Well, I'm back, and will take you away later. Picking up the small head in her arms, she looked at Raimu's teary-eyed. Ayaka's anger subsided a lot, and her tone was soft as she stroked Raimu. Launch, on the other hand, walked over to North Kai and helped him up. Lord North Kai, are you all right? North Kai tidied up the Kai's clothes that had been stripped, then took a long breath. He put on his sunglasses and sighed, alas, it's fine, I'm used to it. Used to it? North Kai's words made Ayaka's eyes glare. Look at what North Kai said, that he had already gotten used to it. In other words, Raimu had been so lawless for more than a day or two. With a clang, a spoon of the head knocked on Raimu's head, making Raimu clutch her head with a face of aggression. Ayaka would no longer be soft because of her pitiful appearance. Her eyes widened, and her voice was cold and stern as she scolded, "You child, you are getting worse and worse. If you do that again, Mama won't want you anymore, so apologize to Lord North Kai." "Oh, I'm sorry, Lord North Kai, forgive me. I won't do that again. Mama, I've already apologized." Raimu appeared in front of North Kai in a sharp flash, apologized quickly, and then turned her head pathetically to look at Ayaka. "Haha, it's no big deal, Ayaka, don't need to be angry. Hee, Raimu, this child is quite lively, I like playing with her too," North Kai said with a smile. Although Ayaka and the girls didn't show their depths anymore, they must have gained a lot from their training in the Grand Kai's planet. After that, Ayaka and North Kai chatted about their training in Grand Kai's planet. North Kai was saddened to hear all kinds of insights, and when he learned that there were still huge flaws in his pride and joy, the North Kai was depressed and sighed several times but soon recovered. In the conversation with North Kai, Launch and Lancy also interjected a few words from time to time. Ayaka had harvested the most during the trip to the Grand Kai's planet, and they were also not bad. A variety of strange environment cultivation and the guidance of Grand Kai was making their strength grow by leaps and bounds. The girls weren't ordinary earthlings since they were divided into two. Otherwise, perhaps they would have fallen into a bottleneck and been unable to grow. After a brief explanation of the results of their own cultivation, Ayaka pushed Raimu, who was not honestly burrowed, in her arms. "Raimu, get up quickly, we have to leave." Are we finally leaving?" Raimu looked at her mama with bright eyes and then leaned on her. Ayaka took Raimu's tiny hand and waved goodbye to North Kai. "Lord North Kai, Bubbles, we have things to do, so we won't bother you much longer." North Kai nodded with a smile and watched Ayaka disappear into North Kai and then joined Bubbles in his inspection of the north area around North Kai's planet. In the northern part of the north area on the way to Earth, Ayaka made a trip back to the Leaf Spirit planet. Although Ayaka disappeared for more than a year, the entire Leaf Spirit planet forces were still running in an orderly manner. It's all because Ayaka had an arrangement before. The Leaf Spirit planet continued to clean up and reorganize its forces, doing meticulous implementation of Her Majesty's orders. Hence why the entire Leaf Spirit planet range gradually peaceful down. Through the effective management of Castro, the chief executive, the cabinet to deal with day-to-day affairs was running efficiently. The tentacles were becoming more and more solid throughout the territory of the new North forces. In order to eliminate the laxity brought about by the excessive peace, Ayaka issued an order in the name of the Queen of the Central Planet in Leaf Spirit Planet, requiring each planet to hold a martial arts competition every 5 years to select the planetary, administrative planet, guard. The General Administrative Planet's Unified Area Guard, the Central Planet Guard, and the Queen's Personal Guard. When everything was arranged, Ayaka gave Castro and her own Queen's Personal Guards one the Tree of Might fruit. A total of 4 people consumed 4 Tree of Might fruit. With Tree of Might fruit, they should be able to raise their power level to more than 100,000. Although they might not be invincible, there were few opponents in the universe. After doing all this, Ayaka only took Raimu back to Earth together. Earth, an oasis area. Swish swish swish. 4 figures appeared in the sky. Raimu was the first time to come to Earth. As soon as she appeared, she curiously surveyed the surroundings, but after finding that the surrounding scenery was no different from the planet Bodhi where she used to live, her fiery mood immediately subsided a lot. Mama, this place is not different from planet Bodhi in our planet Yiling. Raimu said with her dark eyes looking left and right, not so excited. Oh, the Earth is no different from the planet Bodhi and planet Yiling. Most of the planets that are suitable for life are like this. But Earth also has its uniqueness, in the infinite high altitude has the existence of the lookout. Oh, your mama is the kami of the lookout. Lancy flashed to Raimu's side, teasing Raimu. The pantheon was not only on Earth. The majority of low-level planets had pantheons. As for whether there was a temple on the higher planets, Ayaka was not quite sure. If the Kamis were not as strong as the natives, would it not be a joke? Anyway, Ayaka did not see the kami of lookout in the skies above Leaf Spirit Planet and other such high-level planets. Hearing that her mama was a kami of Earth, Raimu floated an amused smile and yelled that she wanted to see the shrine. So the 4 went into a few streams of light towards the lookout. In the heavenly realm, the spacious lookout was now left with only the old kami and Mr. Popo, Tien Shinhan, and the other all left the lookout in the early years of successful training. The old kami was delighted with Tien Shinhan and other people. They were the beginning of the wholeheartedly teach them. The first thing he did was to let them leave the lookout and set out on their own martial paths. The air around the lookout was extremely thin and only occasionally a few wisps of light wind. The old kami stood on his crutches at the edge of the lookout, looking down at the bustling and noisy earth below. A few beams of bright light flashed, and 4 more figures suddenly appeared in the lookout. It was the 4 girls. Hey, Ayaka, you guys are back. The old kami saw the sudden appearance of the 4, and a smile surfaced on his dried-up face. Old kami, we're back. Tell, this little one is my daughter Raimu. As soon as the old kami heard that, he looked at Raimu in amazement and asked with a puzzled look, you have a daughter? Raimu is my adopted child, which is my clan. The old kami suddenly nodded lightly. He knew that Ayaka's home planet had been destroyed and stranded on Earth, and it was not a surprise that he had adopted a clan member as his daughter. Old kami, nothing big happened in the past few years, right? How is the Tien Shinhan and the others training? Oh, all is well, their strength is beyond me, there is nothing to teach so I let them each seek the martial path to go. These little ones can be said to be the hope of the lower realm martial arts practitioners. If it was before, any one of them are qualified to inherit the position of kami. The old kami said with a big smile. It seemed that he had great hopes for these new generation martial artists. To know, a few years ago as a kami, he had only 300 power level. After taking the Tree of Might fruit brought by Ayaka, he broke through to more than 1,000. As for Tian Shinhan, Krillin and others, they used only 2 years to surpass him, and it was conservatively estimated that they should now have several thousand power level. Dragon Ball's big gears seemed to turn faster. Ayaka smiled and nodded and then led Raimu to visit the lookout together. Ayaka had returned to Earth for several days. Every day, she would observe the situation in the lower realm at the lookout. According to her estimation, Son Goku's big brother, Raditz, would soon come to Earth. She wondered what kind of expression Raditz would have when he came to Earth and found that there were so many guys whose strength exceeded his on the low-level planet described in the intelligence, which seemed very interesting to think about. Time passed day by day, and Raditz hadn't come. Finally, Ayaka received the news that Master Roshi was about to hold a party. It's finally time to start, Dragon Ball Z. Although she didn't have to fear everything with her strength long ago, when the world was about to enter the big time, her heart still couldn't help but float surging thoughts that made her excited. It could be said that with the arrival of Raditz, the entire pace of Dragon Ball had taken a huge turn. Son Goku and others' power level had risen. It was exciting to think that the rolling waves of the great era were about to sweep away. Ayaka found the girls, opened the door, and said, "Bulma and the others are going to hold a party at Master Roshi's place, let's go there too." "We're leaving right now." Launch and Lancey looked at each other and agreed in unison. Everyone had known each other for a while, and it was indeed time to get together after years of not seeing each other. Mama, what kind of party is this?" "The ones we will see later are all friends of Mama. By the way, you will also meet other partners, they all have the same Saiyan blood as us." When Ayam blinked with a puzzled face, she was already pulled up by Ayaka and flew down towards the lower realm. In a dry canyon, Krillin and Yamcha fought fiercely. Swish swish swish. The fierce fight caused a burst from the world. It caused the sky to shake, sand and rocks flew, and the violent and direct power collision was so loud that the creatures in the vicinity of tens of kilometers did not dare to approach. A bunch of wind blades reinforced by chi swept on the rock wall, immediately leaving numerous deep and shallow, crisscrossing scars. Boom! The two figures fought quickly and then turned back quickly in the opposite direction, each gliding on the ground with 1 foot deep into the rock, cutting a furrow several dozen centimeters deep in the hard surface of the rock. Krillin breathed out, wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead, waving his hand, and said, "Well, that's it for today. We'll have to attend Master Roshi party later." Yamcha was also tired. So he stopped, leaning against a rock, then rest. "Krillin, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, I will be left behind if I don't work harder." He, how could you said that? Although we are much stronger than before, thinking about that Goku guy, I think it is still far from enough. Goku has definitely become more powerful, and I wonder if we still have hope to catch up with him, Tian Shinhan, and others. Their strength must have also become stronger. Yes, we are getting stronger, Goku and others are also getting stronger. We really cannot slacken. Yamcha nodded vigorously. Since leaving the lookout, Yamcha came with Krillin to the desert where he had previously been a desert bandit and carried out inhuman training in the desert for several years. As people were rare in the desert because of the harsh survival environment, Krillin and Yamcha could fight with all their might without fear or favor. They both steadily improved their strength over the years. Fire Mountain. Chi-Chi dressed as a young woman tidying up the household chores, while Son Gohan in the next room was wearing Chinese characteristics, lying on the table painting and drawing. Because of a series of initiatives by Ayaka, the Ox King Castle was not destroyed, leaving a lot of money. Plus, Ayaka's gift of a luxurious villa at the time of the wedding made Son Goku's family live a very prosperous life now. They didn't have to be confused about money. Sometimes they could hire some maids and tutors to come over, so Chi-Chi didn't have to go the extra mile to allow little Gohan to properly learn some martial arts. Although several years had passed, Chi-Chi was very well maintained. She looked like she was only in her early 20s at first glance, a fresh young woman alive and well. "Chi-Chi, won't you come with us to Kame House?" Son Goku helped the little Gohan sit on flying Nimbus, ready to go out. "No, today the master who repairs the flowers and plants will come over. I have to come along to sort out the flowers, you guys should also go early and come back early." Oh, Gohan, then let's go. Hold on tight. Son Goku shouted, driving the flying Nimbus broke through the clouds towards the direction of Kame House. Chi-Chi waved from afar until the father and son disappeared. Meanwhile, somewhere on a farm in the suburbs, a huge fireball fell from the sky. It wasn't uncommon for meteors to appear on Earth, but meteorites that managed to fall to the ground were quite rare, with the vast majority being burned up in the atmosphere. This time, when the farm owner saw the fireball cut through the overhead with a loud boom and fell a few kilometers away, he hurriedly put down the work in hand and drove his car to chase it. A few kilometers away on the grassland, green grass swaying with the wind as if waves rolled up layers of ripples. The fireball fell and smashed a huge impact crater more than 10 meters in diameter on the flat grassland. The impact crater was about 5 or 6 meters deep. A white craft half buried by gravel was embedded in the center. Ka-chow. The craft shuddered, the hatch slowly opened, and a man in a combat suit stepped out of the craft. Raditz leaped out of the impact crater through the crystal display on his left eye to the farm owner who drove up. His expression frowned unhappily. How come there are still living people on this planet? That kid Kakarot didn't kill all the people here. Son Goku was sent to Earth on a mission. First, to complete his training on the low-level planet as a stage, and second, once the people on Earth were dead, it would be convenient for Frisia to sell the planet in the future. What are you? People? The farmer trembled and raised his shotgun and pointed at the mysterious man who had fallen from the sky with a panicked look. Beep. The detector flashed a few times and showed the farm owner's power while emitting a prompt. Seeing the numerical value, the corners of Raditz's mouth showed a cold smile and coldly snorted with great disdain. The power level index is only 5, what garbage. Suddenly, the farmer pulled down the trigger and fired a shot under tension. With a flash of cold, Raditz flickered with one hand, cupped the shot in his hand, then reversed the bullet and ejected it, killing the farmer with one blow. What a foolish race to presume to move against me, Raditz. They don't know how to live. There are two powerful energy reactions 800 miles away, could one of them be Kakarot? Raditz tapped the scouter and quickly showed the exact location of the other party. Then, with a whoosh, he rose high into the sky and flew towards the target of the energy reaction. Kakarot, why have you not killed the people on this planet? Have you forgotten the pride of the Saiyans? 800 miles away in a mountain waterfall, Tian Shinhan was sitting in meditation like under the flying waterfall with Kaiotsu floating in the air, constantly controlling the surrounding hundreds of rocks in a regular motion. Suddenly, Tian Shinhan opened his eyes, and his eyes looked sharply at the sky. Tian Shinhan, what's happening? Kaiotsu threw down the rocks and flew to Tianjin Rice's side. Tian Shinhan shook his head and said, nothing, just a powerful ki is approaching. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. The opponent's ki wasn't weak and had a bit of evil in it, so he was afraid that the possibility of it being a friend was low. However, the strength of the ki was not as strong as his, so he didn't care much. Here it comes. Tian Shinhan's eyes must have seen a figure lingering high in the sky. It's not Kakarot, is there such a master on this low-level planet? Raditz disdainfully looked at Tian Shinhan, and Kaiotsu reached out and pressed the scouter. After a few beeps, the scouter detected the power level of the other person. 721, 563, on the low-level planet, they can be considered rare experts. Landing on the rocky shelf, Raditz looked down from above and said in a cold tone, hey, those two trash over there, tell me where Kakarot is. If you tell me nicely I can spare your lives. Raditz did not take the Earthlings into account at all, so he spoke in an extremely mean tone. His purpose was only to find Kakarot, he did not care about anything else. Before coming to Earth, he just finished a mission with Vegeta and Nappa. He had a period of leave, which happened to be relatively close to Earth, so he was ready to come and look for his brother. Saiyans had been very rare and could gather one was enough. Hearing the opponent's arrogant shouting, Tian Xinhan frowned. This kind of reckless guy was really common. The world lacked this kind of seemingly good strength but a very arrogant guy. However, couldn't you see that you aren't stronger with that kind of strength than me? In fact, Tian Xinhan couldn't blame him for not understanding. How could he know that some people know how to hide their ki, and Scouter could only detect the energy leaking out? Raditz' arrogant attitude made Tian Xinhan a little upset. Kaiotsu looked at him, and the two of them released all their chi. All of a sudden, the wind swept up. The Scouter in Raditz's ear beeped straight, and a series of unbelievable data was displayed. 3468, 3079. How is it possible? Earth is only a low-level planet, how could a guy with a combat power of over 1000 appear? Raditz shouted in disbelief, and then his face showed panic. He had to know that his power level was only 1500, and he was no match for the two people below. However, Raditz quickly calmed down, and his face showed a frosty cold smile while a great sense of shame hit his heart. Being a powerful Saiyan, it was ridiculous to be intimidated by a puny earthling. Damn, the Scouter must have malfunctioned, the earthling can't have such high strength. Raditz sulkily patted the Scouter. The Scouter was repeatedly restarted, but the display of the opponent's power level did not change at all, still 3468 and 3079. *T. The Scouter really malfunctioned. I'll go back to reflect, this alien technology is really unreliable. Saiyans were not good at technology and were not known for their technological civilization. Yet, the use of other races' technology wasn't a problem. However, at heart, the Saiyans, who admire force, didn't think much of the races that were known for their technology. Of course, behind the understatement, Raditz also felt a sharp increase in pressure. If the Scouter wasn't broken, and the opponent's power level was really what the data indicated, there would be no hope of winning. However, reason and past experience told him that the Earth, a small low-level planet, couldn't have this kind of strength of masters. More than 1000 was a miracle, let alone up to 3000. Tian Xinhan was full of suspicion to see the opponent's face shifting, first with a panicked look, and then as if he had a strong self-confidence general arrogant up. It seemed that he had something to rely on. This guy came out of nowhere, and his strength does not look simple. If the opponent had an ill intention, it would be a great scourge to the earth. Kaiotsu, this guy is very suspicious. We will take him down quickly. Tian Xinhan turned to Kaiotsu and said. Got it, Tian Xinhan. Kaiotsu nodded vigorously. Ha ha ha, it's so ridiculous, you're talking about taking me down. Ha 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 ha, little earthlings. I'm afraid you haven't seen the terror of our Saiyans, you wouldn't say such things if you knew. We, Saiyans, are the most powerful warrior race in the universe, far from such a weak race of earthlings. Now, I'll let you see it and gather your hearts to feel the fear of death. Raditz laughed arrogantly as if he had heard the most ridiculous words in the world. This was like some cosmopolitans daring to rebel against Lord Frisia. They were just asking for death. Raditz looked at Tian Xinhan and Kaiotsu with a cold intent and a disdainful look, followed by a step forward with his right foot and a loud bellow, the surging power rushed out. The cold gaze aimed at the two earthlings. They should have been scared out of their wits by their terrifying strength, right? However, the actual situation exceeded Raditz's expectations. After seeing the ki emanating from Raditz, the two frowned at each other as if they were not frightened. But, on the contrary, the gaze was filled with confusion. Humph, pretend again. At this moment, they are afraid that their hearts are already scared out of their souls. Raditz cracked his mouth open and looked at Tian Xinhan and Kaiotsu as if he was looking at prey. With a swoosh, his figure suddenly became blurred, his body moved at high speed, as agile as lightning, leaving a residual shadow in place, and the next moment he flashed to Tian Xinhan. With a punch, the fist carried a terrifying power that tore through the air. A bloodthirsty glint in the corner of his eyes, this moment of destroying his prey made Raditz particularly pleasant and his spirit very uplifting. However, his punches did not work. At the moment when he was about to attack Tian Shinhan, a hard palm reached out against it. The attack with terrifying power came to an abrupt end. Tian Shinhan turned sideways with eyes calmly staring at Raditz. It can't be. Raditz staggeringly stared. Was his attack actually received by the Earthling? His face was filled with disbelief, and his face suddenly stiffened a little. Could it be that? A bad premonition came up, cold sweat stained down, Raditz's face became dark and ugly. Could it be that the data measured by the scouter is not wrong? These two people really have this kind of strength? His heart was indisputably beating faster. This wasn't a joke. Because of the lack of manpower to fight around before thinking about the early dispatch to Earth's Kakarot, whether it was out of brotherhood to see his brother or to strengthen the strength of the Saiyans, he was only going to find Kakarot and immediately leave the Earth. When he first saw that there was still life on Earth, he thought Kakarot was doing a lousy job, but now he considered that this should not be the case. Damn, this is not a so-called low-level planet. Those cosmonauts must have been lazy and filled out the data incorrectly. To think that in this small, low-level planet, there were unexpected things, the strength of the Earthlings was so great that even he could not leave smoothly if it was not good enough. Run! The thought of escape instinctively arose, and Raditz did not have the previous calm. He recalled that before, he was like a clown. His body quickly flickered and burst back hundreds of steps in one go. Now he just wanted to immediately return to the place where the spaceship landed and then leave the Earth. Even the warlike Saiyans would make a strategic shift after knowing that the opponent was unbeatable. As for the people of Earth, Raditz could completely rely on Vegeta to make a clean break. However, the need to use the power of other people, for a warrior, was a very embarrassing shame. Do you want to escape? Kaiotsu, stop him. Tian Shinhan saw the strange man's attempt at a glance. Kaiotsu nodded her head forcefully. He then gently raised his hands, and a strange power emanated from the palms of his hands. It was Kaiotsu's superpowers, and Raditz, who had already retreated hundreds of meters, was about to speed up when he suddenly felt a strong pulling force. His body was actually firmly fixed in the air, unable to move at all. How could this happen? With something so strange and unheard of, Raditz shouted in panic. Tie him up. Tian Shinhan flew into the air and kicked Raditz down. Kaiotsu nodded and used his superpower to find a vine. Under the effect of superpower slender vines around, Raditz was tightly bound in several circles. The vine was just a medium to perform superpower, not the flexibility of the vine itself, so Raditz could not break free. After a while, Tian Shinhan began to carefully look at the Raditz dress. This costume was not like the appearance of the Earth people. The armor seems to be made of unknown material, there is no way there is such a thing on Earth, and the lens-like thing he is wearing on his eyes is really odd. Answer honestly, where exactly are you from and what is your purpose here? Raditz bristled. Although he conceded, he was trying to warp useful information out of his mouth was a fool's errand. Even if a Saiyan warrior was defeated, he wouldn't be allowed to betray information to stay alive. Hard Mouth did not speak. Besides, there was another reason, the scouter also had the function of communication. At this time, Vegeta should already know what happened on Earth. As long as he did not give in, Vegeta would definitely come to Earth in person in order to maintain the dignity of the Saiyans. On the contrary, if he gave in, then in the eyes of Vegeta, he became a disgrace to the Saiyans. Sooner or later, he would be cleaned up. Ah, Tian Shinhan, look, he also has a tail. Kaiotsu suddenly pointed to the long tail coiled around the waist of Raditz said. Surprisingly he also has a tail, could there be some connection with that Goku? Kaiotsu, Goku, and the others seem to be holding a party at Master Roshi's place, why didn't we just take this guy over there and check it out? Seeing that this strange guy might have something to do with Son Goku, Tian Shinhan immediately thought of a compromise. Kaiotsu nodded his head. So Tian Shinhan grabbed the back of Raditz' neck with one hand and flew off with Kaiotsu in the direction of the Kame house. At Kame house, after 5 years of absence, Son Goku and others gathered here again. Everyone was startled when they saw Son Gohan, who had a bookish face with a Dragon Ball cap on his head. Wow, Goku, is this your son? Is that the 4 planets on the top of this hat? Bulma squatted down in amazement and struck Son Gohan's head with a strange ant's hand. Scared, Gohan hid behind Son Goku. Yes, this is my son, his name is Son Gohan, just turned 4 years old. Son Goku wiped his nose in embarrassment. Your name is Son Gohan. Surprisingly, he used the name of his deceased grandfather, in memory of his grandfather. Master Roshi smiled gratefully. Looking at the disciples of Turtle School that had already continued the next generation, a smile of satisfaction surfaced on his face. But I really did not expect that among a few of us, Goku was the earliest married and had children, and we still do not know how the future. Yamcha has a girlfriend, and I'm the only one left. Krillin peeked behind the house and saw Violet, who was busy inside the house, and he felt a lot of sorrow. Hearing this, Yamcha proudly put his arm around Bulma's shoulders and said, "So, you should work hard too, or you should really leave home." Bulma stomped on Yamcha's feet and broke away from his hands. "Don't hug like that, it's uncomfortable. By the way, how come Ayaka didn't come? I haven't seen them for years." "Yeah, I haven't seen them since the last time I was given the gravity chamber. I heard from the old Kami and Mr. Popo that my sister and the girls went to a very far away place to practice." Son Goku explained. "Really? They're already so strong and still practicing, when is it going to end? Moreover, you guys have been left behind by Ayaka and the girls, don't you feel embarrassed?" Bulma frowned slightly and then said jokingly. Son Goku and the others shrugged. They could see the glow of struggle in each other's eyes, but they also felt a touch of helplessness. "Although I think there is still a big gap, but I have been doubling my efforts. I do not dare to slacken at all, one day I will exceed my sister." Son Goku clenched his fist with a high fighting spirit. Ayaka's arrival seemed both sudden and logical. Then, just as people were talking, there was a gale sweeping through. The undulating sea swept up in waves under the effect of the wind, with fierce wake currents crashing into each other just like a sharp blade splitting the sea several times. Bulma pressed the wind-blown hair, standing on tiptoe to look into the distance. This gust of wind came very suddenly. Son Goku sensed the surrounding ki, and his sharp eyes looked into the distance. He saw the sky gradually reveal a few blurred figures. Bulma's eyesight couldn't compare with Son Goku's, and they naturally couldn't see the incoming people. However, seeing Goku and others with smiles on their faces, she busily said, I can't see it, is there anyone flying here?" Son Goku nodded, "It's sister and the girls." "Ah, Ayaka and the girls are also coming over. There are more people to make our party meaningful." When Bulma heard that Ayaka had come, she immediately became happy. It had been a long time since she had seen them. As soon as the words fell, the three suddenly appeared before Master Roshi with Ayaka carried a child in her arms. Raimu looked at the people on the island with a curious face. "Hi everyone, long time no see." Ayaka greeted the crowd. "Geez, you guys finally showed up. Where have you been for the past 5 years? It's like you've disappeared, you can't even be found, and every time I want to notify you guys to come to the party, I can't reach anyone." Bulma walked up and complained. She then looked at Ayaka up and down. Ayaka seemed to have matured even more after several years of absence. Her appearance had not changed much, but she seemed to have an indescribable air of more authority. Ayaka then explained to her, "These years we went to a very special place to practice, of course you cannot find." Bulma said, "Every time this is the reason, why do you have the same virtue as Goku and the others, only know how to practice? Life should be colorful, shopping, strolling, entertainment, racing, horseback riding, enjoying food, there are so many more things worth doing. If you keep on practicing, you won't be able to experience other kinds of fun. Ayaka only had to smile lightly. Bulma was a typical earthling living in a comfortable environment, and there were some things she could not understand. Ayaka walked to Son Goku. She nodded with satisfaction. "Oh, your strength increase is not bad, these years are not wasted." Son Goku wasn't at this level in the original story at this time. Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. "Thanks to the gravity chamber left by sister, I can practice even better. But, I wonder how much gap there is compared to sister." Son Goku understood perfectly that at the same time as his growth, Ayaka must also be rapidly improving strength. It was not a matter of overnight to surpass Ayaka, but he wondered whether the gap between the two was narrowing or widening. Ayaka lightly smiled and shook her head, with regret on his face. "Although you have been working very hard to become stronger, the gap between us now is still very large. Therefore, I regret to tell you that if you don't want to be left a greater distance behind by me, you still need to work harder." Son Goku showed an expression of amazement, and instead of being struck down, his fighting spirit was aroused. This was Son Goku. His pursuit of martial arts was both simple and serious. Saiyan's irritability, arrogance didn't seem to take root. Looking at Son Goku, 5 years ago, his power level exceeded 1000. After using the gravity chamber training, now his strength has increased to 7622. Although the effect wasn't as outstanding as in the original, compared to the same point in time in the original, it was already a world of difference. The gravity chamber effect was poor, and perhaps the life on Earth was too stable. There was no blade hanging overhead. There was no taking into account the safety and security of the Earth, and the mindset of Dragon Ball warriors was not adjusted to the edge of life and death. Born in worry, die in peace, spiritual flogging was like the key to turn the gears and the key to open a door. Noticing the young child behind Son Goku, the corners of Ayaka's mouth lifted slightly. This childish little guy was Son Gohan. Raimo looked around and found that all adults, rather boring. When she noticed the young figure, she cheerfully flashed to Son Gohan. Ayaka, who is this child?" Bulma had long noticed the little girl beside Ayaka. The girl was small, but the eyes were clear and bright, and the face had the underpinnings of a beauty and in the future. Perhaps when she grew up, she would be just like Ayaka, another great beauty. "Oh, her name is Raimo. She is an adopted child." Launch opened his mouth to explain. Bulma, "Oh," and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It seemed very interesting that Ayaka would adopt a child. At this time, Krillin looked at the cute Raimo and developed an interest. So he flew across and wanted to hug the little girl. But his hug came empty. Raimo emitted ki, if any, deftly dodged. Krillin's eyes were wide open, and an incredible look appeared on his face. Surprisingly, she dodged. Although negligence and carelessness accounted for a very important reason, no matter what, it was dodged by her. This child's body has such a strong ki. Looking at Yamcha, he was also full of shocked looks. Are all the ones with Ayaka monsters? Such a small child, the amount of ki is not much lower than us. Yamcha shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked at the little girl who scared Son Gohan so much that he cried out and was a bit discouraged. Alas, we have been training for so long, but we are only a little stronger than that little girl. We have no place to go. By the way, Ayaka, how old is this child? Ayaka then said, almost 6 years old. Oh, almost 6 years old. The tone of voice penetrates the vicissitudes that anyone could feel. Krillin patted Yamcha's shoulder, sighing, and said, do not look at who that is following. Compare with Ayaka's family, I'm looking for sin and suffering. Let's practice honestly. The journey of life was long. The road of life was long, one step at a time. Compared with Ayaka, the kami, and the people around him, Krillin just couldn't find himself at ease. But, of course, at this time, they automatically ignore that. In a way, they also considered the people around the god of heaven. Ahem, everyone is here, let's go inside and have some fun. Violet has prepared a large number of meals, let's enjoy. Master Roshi coughed and greeted everyone as they walked into Kame house. After about half an hour, Raimu dawdled over to Ayaka and again into Ayaka's arms. Why don't you tease Gohan anymore? Ayaka pry opened a walnut to put the nuts into her mouth. Raimu shook her head, disdainful, Gohan cry. His strength is still so weak, and he doesn't like people. Raimu wants to stay by Mama's side. The child's heart was only a few minutes of heat to pinch the toy. Gohan was like a toy in her eyes. Bulma, who was reading a magazine, turned her head. Then, she smiled and said, Ayaka, this child is quite clingy to you. That's right. I raised her with my own hands, anyway. Someone is flying towards Kame house. There was 3 relatively strong ki flew towards here. Son Goku, Krillin, and others also stopped talking. Someone is coming. An idea flashed, and everyone coincidentally headed outside the Kame house. I thought there should be only Raditz, how come there are 3 ki, and who are the other 2? Ayaka frowned and walked out of the room. Familiar with the original, she knew that Raditz would find Kame house, so she intended to wait for the rabbit. However, how could she had imagined that Raditz would be so miserable? He had just come to Earth and was captured by Tian Shinhan and Kaiotsu. To say the least, this was also the impact of her butterfly. The original Dragon Ball warriors were extremely talented existence. In the original story, Tian Shinhan and others went to the heavenly realm to practice. It didn't take long to surpass Kami and then went down to the world to practice on their own. This was evident. At this time, the strength of Kami was significantly higher and indirectly caused Tian Shinhan and other people to improve. Ha, so it is Tian Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Was Raditz caught by them? After a brief moment of consternation, Ayaka quickly reacted. However, wasn't this gap too big? Raditz was in tragedy as soon as he came to Earth. Tian Shinhan, how did you guys come, who is this guy? Krillin happily ran forward, full of confusion, pointing at the paralyzed Raditz on the ground. I'm not sure. This guy suddenly appeared in the place where Kaiotsu and I practice, then inexplicably attacked us. After that, he was captured by us, and I saw that this guy was dressed oddly, so I brought him here. By the way, this guy is the same as Goku when he was a child. He also has a tail, maybe there is something to do with Goku. Really have a tail? Son Goku walked up and really saw the brown tail behind Raditz. Goku, he is the same as you as a child, is he not your relatives? Krillin was shocked that the man really had a tail behind him, so he joked to Son Goku. Just then, Raditz widened his eyes and looked at Son Goku. Looking at the same general appearance of his father, Raditz immediately recognized the man called Son Goku was his brother Kakarot. Kakarot, you're here, how come you didn't kill the Earthlings, and still laughing and talking with them? Have you forgotten your dignity and they are in the same boat? Raditz forgot his situation and actually lectured Son Goku. What are you talking about? My name is Son Goku, not Kakarot as you say. Who the hell are you? Son Goku frowned and spoke with a hint of displeasure. At that, Raditz's face turned ugly. The abominable Kakarot even denied his name, what a disgrace to the Saiyans. I am your brother Raditz, I came to Earth this time just to find you. Suddenly, he saw that Son Goku lacked the Saiyan's iconic tail. His face could not help but change dramatically and instantly became gloomy. Kakarot, where is your tail, where did your tail go on? Oh, that tail I think it's in the way, so I pulled it off long ago. Son Goku said, seemingly did not care about it. Damn, Kakarot, you even pulled off the tail. It seems you have forgotten the greatest nation in our universe. Hey, who the hell are you? Are you really Goku's brother? Yamcha grabbed Raditz' arm, stared at Raditz' face full of coldness, and then took off his face that was fixed on the ear with dark green lens-like thing. Wow, he's a Saiyan too. Mama, how did this Saiyan come to Earth? The person who speaks had no intention to listen, and as Raimu's childish voice rang out, the crowd couldn't help but cast their eyes over. Someone here actually knows about the Saiyans. The biggest reaction was none other than Raditz. Although it came from a child's mouth, it also showed that the Saiyans' prestige had spread to this point. With a wolfish look on his face, his pride was undiminished. What is a Saiyan? Krillin and others were confused. They had never even heard of the term Saiyan. Raimu said in those brief words just now, as if this Saiyan was a race outside the Earth. In other words, aliens. When Ayaka heard what Raimu said, she did not stop her from continuing. Anyway, the plot had developed to the Z chapter. It was time to announce the existence of the Saiyans to the public. Others are not very clear. It seems to be a very powerful warrior race. Raimu was also part of Saiyan. Raimu shook her head, she also couldn't say how the Saiyans were actually a nation, but she knew that she and her mama and her uncle Goku, whom she had just met, were Saiyans. There are other Saiyans on Earth, this is really good news. Already a prisoner, Raditz was overwhelmed with joy and spoke eloquently, the Saiyans are the greatest warrior race in the universe, not your weak earthlings can be compared. Don't think that if you capture me today, everything will be fine. Don't be too complacent. You may be the most powerful on Earth, but I tell you, any of the Saiyans in our middle-level warrior as long as they become adults, they are no less powerful than you, and some powerful senior warriors can crush you with a wave of their hands. This was a bit of a mouthful when Raditz said this. Middle-level warrior Saiyan strength was generally more than 1,000, but not many people reached 3,000 or even 5,000 or more. Moreover, now that planet Vegeta had been destroyed, the Saiyans almost extinct. This statement is only enough to embolden themselves. However, Raditz didn't know whether it was because of an excess of national consciousness or a sense of superiority. He continued to preach the glorious history of the Saiyans. We Saiyans are a great warrior race. Since joining Lord Frisia's camp, we have been fighting on various planets, destroying the natives and reselling the planets. Kakarot, you were sent to Earth to destroy the Earthlings. If it were not for the lack of manpower we would not have thought of you, but Kakarot you have completely forgotten the pride of being a Saiyan and mixed with the Earthlings. Hearing this, Ayaka frowned. Even though this Raditz was the brother of Son Goku, why were people not clear about the situation? Even if Goku is a Saiyan, but he has been living on Earth, has long been an Earthling. Bulma shouted in defiance. Among the crowd, she was the first to accept the existence of aliens. As to whether it was a Saiyan, it was just a symbol in her mind. Ayaka nodded slightly. The Earthlings cannot be compared with the Saiyans, but the times are different. Now, although the Earthlings are not powerful, it is better than the Saiyans who are now like lost dogs, living under Frisia. At his disposal, incurring the extermination of the race, after the destruction of the home planet, how much dignity is left in the Saiyans living under Frisia? Ayaka's words pierced the bullseye, and Raditz's face instantly paled a few points. Yes, no matter how proud the Saiyans, they couldn't change the fact that they were under Frisia. For a subordinate, what qualification to be proud of? Their home planet was destroyed, and the community suffered a catastrophe. Not even a few survived, and what glorious history to talk about. He sent a vicious glare at Ayaka. Who are you, and why do you know so much about the Saiyans? Raditz was stern and looked at Ayaka with more than a little caution. Ayaka expressionlessly walked over to Raditz, took the scouter in Yamcha's hand, and activated her divine power to block the communication function on the scouter. I am a kami on Earth, and the sister your brother Kakarot recognized on Earth. Raditz' face dawned on him, so it was you who tempted Kakarot. If you have the sense to let me go immediately, or else when my companion comes, you will taste the most vicious revenge in the world, and I tell you, my companion is far above me in strength, and is not comparable to any of you. How annoying. Listening to the threatening words of Raditz, Ayaka raised an eyebrow. What did you mean by temptation, improper wording? With a point of her finger, she directly knocked Raditz out. Raditz fainted, but everyone gathered around. They all saw that the so-called Saiyans must be very powerful people, whether out of curiosity or involved in the safety of the Earth. They were very interested in knowing about the Saiyans. Especially Son Goku, could he really be the Saiyan he spoke of? Sister, then that person is really my brother? Ayaka lightly laughed a little, said, yes, that person called Raditz should be your brother is correct. The Saiyans have always been a crazy people, extremely strong, but now the clan has few people left. Son Goku lowered his head in silence. For a moment, there was nothing to say. Wow, Goku is actually an alien, no wonder the strength is so powerful. Krillin jumped up exaggeratedly and looked around Son Goku. Well, just now Raimu said she is also Saiyan. Bulma thought for a moment. Not only Raimu, I am also. Raimu, me, and Goku, we are all purebred Saiyans. Gohan would belong to the hybrid Saiyans. Ignoring everyone's surprised expression, Ayaka continued, 23 years ago, the Saiyans' home planet Vegeta suffered a devastating blow. The entire planet was completely erased from the universe by the then evil Frieza. Goku was sent to Earth before the destruction of the home planet. The purpose at that time, as the Saiyan just said, was to conquer the life of the individual on Earth. However, Goku bumped his brain as a child, causing the information instilled into his brain to fail. And I left Vegeta 4 years earlier than Goku. After that I have been traveling between planets in the universe, and then came to Earth and met Goku. Ayaka said in a flat tone, but when it came to planet Vegeta was easily destroyed by Frieza, Krillin, and others couldn't help but gulp. Erased the whole planet from the universe, that called Frieza used the advanced technology in the universe? Is there such a technology? Bulma's eyes glowed. No. He destroyed planet Vegeta by himself alone, without the help of any external force. Ayaka dispelled Bulma's fantasy. This personal strength, and still able to destroy the planet? Krillin and other people couldn't believe it, as if listening to holy books. That's right. As long as the strength is enough. The destruction of the planet are easy. Goku's brother Raditz has 2 companions, the strength is very strong. I'm afraid to say that they cannot destroy the planet, but the full force of the ki wave. The destruction of the species above or very easy. Ayaka knows Vegeta's strength. In the original story, Vegeta came to Earth with 18,000 power level. Nappa also had 8,500 power level. Such strength could not destroy the planet but could easily destroy the species on Earth. It's that powerful. The crowd was stunned. After shaking Raditz's scouter, Ayaka nodded with certainty. This is a scouter invented by aliens, able to measure the power level of a person's body gear. Do you want to try it? There is such a thing, let me see. Bulma took the scouter with interest and put it on her ear. Pressing the scouter start button, the scouter sounded beep beep beep, followed by a series of magical codes displayed on the light green frame. It was a novelty, and while the words used were not very familiar, the battle positions were in familiar digital form. As Bulma made the switch, the text actually turned into Earth text. Aiming the button at Master Roshi, the lens showed Master Roshi's power level, 139. Ayaka, is this value high or low? Bulma asked, turning her head. Ayaka smiled, an adult Earthling's power level is 5 when holding a firearm. What do you think of this figure? Bulma wore out his lips, disbelieving, only 5 points of data with a gun, so Master Roshi is quite powerful. Master Roshi then raised his head with a proud face and coughed lightly in a very conspicuous manner. He was the god of martial arts, too. Hey, Bulma, look at me, how much power level I have. Krillin came up to Bulma and shouted, likewise Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, and others also gathered over. Tick tick tick. The data showed up. Wow, so high, Krillin's stats are actually 3,318 points. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, and this data compared to Master Roshi's previous 139 was a bit shabby. Huh, I can't believe I'm that strong. Krillin floated and laughed. This was dozens of times more than Master Roshi. Very impressive. Next, Bulma measured Tian Shinhan and others in turn, and the results. Tian Shinhan, 3,468. Kaiotsu, 3,079. Yamcha, 3,290. Son Gohan's power level was only 7 points, which didn't surprise anyone. After all, he was just a child. What made everyone feel unbelievable was Raimu's power level, which was 2,610 points. How did Ayaka train her? How could a young child be trained to be strong to this point? In fact, Ayaka did not particularly train her. As a child for more than 2 years, Raimu's strength only reached 388. The rest was mainly the result of her practice in the North Kai's planet. After a burst of surprise, Bulma probed on Son Goku. The data displayed by the probe kept jumping upwards, soon exceeding the 5,000 thresholds and finally stopping at 7,622. Goku's strength is really terrifying, I'm afraid we have no hope of surpassing him in this life. Krillin said with a dry smile. Son Goku frowned calmly as if thinking about something, without the slightest hint of excitement and some expectation to know Ayaka's power level. Bulma had pressed the button, a messy code flashed on the lens, the light kept flashing, the data then rose wildly. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. Boom! The scouter could not withstand the excessive energy burst open, smoke, and unpleasant smell. Ayaka was clutching her chest with one hand. Shaking her head with the other hand on her chin, she explained, this is an old-fashioned scouter, the upper limit is about 12,000. More than that, there will be an explosion. Well, Bulma, this scouter will be left to you to repair. There is such a thing, just leave it to me. But then again, you guys have really high power level, how dare you burst the scouter? Oh, after all. It is an old-fashioned instrument, it is said that there is now a little more advanced. Not to mention the scouter in the hands of Raditz, even the large planet scouter in the hands of Frisia would also be burst by Ayaka's energy. To say that the measurement limit of that large scouter was only tens of millions, and Ayaka, who reached the first stage of Super Saiyan full power state, could not be measured simply by the quantitative value. Ignoring the surprised expressions of Krillin and others, Ayaka said seriously, Raditz is a Saiyan, I want to take him away. Leaving him on Earth is also a scourge. I still have some power outside the Earth, so Raditz will be arranged to a place suitable for his survival. While the crowd pondered, Son Goku nodded thoughtfully. This Saiyan named Raditz was, after all, his brother. Son Goku didn't want to kill him. Since Ayaka said to place Raditz, he naturally had no opinion. So, he lightly nods. Ayaka didn't say much, dragging Raditz to let him hover in the air, and said, the other 2 Saiyans are far away from the Earth, it will take some time to reach the Earth, I will let people start to investigate, and will inform you of the results. But you should be prepared, the strength of those 2 Saiyans is not a comparison to Raditz. The conservative estimate of power level is at least 15,000 or more, and may be 20,000 power level. In the original story, Vegeta only 18,000 power level, but Vegeta was once ravaged by Lancey. Who knew that he would not be upset and double the effort? Then the strength might be higher than the original. The normal, state 30,000 power level was a bottleneck of the Saiyan. If they could break through 30,000, they would enter another world. The road ahead will be clear. Krillin and others originally did not care much about the other two Saiyans. If Raditz was a Saiyan, so what, he was still defeated. Although Goku was also a Saiyan, he grew up on Earth, learning the Earth's martial arts. So, he subconsciously narrowed down the threat of the Saiyans. Hearing such a solemn account of Ayaka, he could not help but realize that he had thought wrong. If the other side's strength was above 15,000 power level, even Son Goku was far behind. So, for the safety of the Earth, they had to practice even harder in the future. Somewhere in the universe on a remote planet, wet vapor filled the jungle between the dry and hot. The stuffy feeling was very unpleasant. Vegeta lit a campfire in the dark environment. He held an unknown piece of meat in his hand and chewed it, and an octopus-like alien creature was lying beside him in the darkness. Nappa's large body sitting aside, his fingers tapping the scouter, his rough cheeks netting a mocking smile, turned to Vegeta and said, "That guy Raditz is really useless, how dare he let someone capture him on a low-level planet like Earth?" Vegeta frowned slightly. "Idiot, after seeing the data displayed by the communicator, do you still think that Earth is just an ordinary low-level planet?" Vegeta reprimanded Nappa. It could be said to be a routine, something that would happen every now and then. Nappa's neck shrunk, rubbing his head, and he smiled sarcastically. Vegeta snorted unhappily. He stood up and threw out the meat in his hands. He picked up a stone and weighed it up and down and said with sharp eyes, "The data transmitted by the communicator shows that the opponent's power level was more than 3,000, and I'm afraid it's more than that. Although that guy Raditz is just a loser, they were able to capture him easily. So, this Earth is at least a middle-level planet." Nappa nodded. "It seems that the intelligence collection is wrong. Vegeta, what do we do next, to save Raditz?" "Save? Raditz was a waste to save. What is the value of saving him? As a Saiyan, he was captured alive by the people of Earth, it is a shame. Then, we can't just leave Raditz alone, right? No matter what, he is also a Saiyan, and today we do not have many Saiyans," Nappa said hesitantly. Now the number of Saiyans was very scarce. Although Nappa did not look up to the strength of Raditz, after all, he was also a Saiyan. "I don't care if Raditz lives or dies. Even if that kind of guy is not killed by the opponent, I can't spare him." Vegeta's cold words let Nappa chilled, and his face became complicated. Vegeta believed in the supremacy of strength, and losers were not worthy of survival. Especially after being defeated by a few mysterious women 10 years ago, he delved even deeper into this distorted value. "But that gang insulted the Saiyan dignity in front of the Earthlings and I will not forgive. That Kakarot even betrayed the Saiyan and sided with the Earthlings, the end of betrayal can only be death." Vegeta's eyes turned and said with a grim face. Nappa swallowed, and sweat emerged from his head. He was frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Vegeta. He said with a dry smile, "But I did not expect that there are other Saiyans on Earth besides Kakarot. Especially one strong person actually knows so much about Saiyans. Maybe she is also a Saiyan. If that is the case it is good news, as long as he is willing to join us." Before the words were finished, Vegeta waved his hand to interrupt him. "Even if that guy is also a Saiyan, perhaps the same with Kakarot, not standing by our side," Vegeta said expressionlessly. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta rightfully believed that all Saiyans should obey him. Therefore, for those Saiyans who didn't obey, he didn't have any good feelings. Nappa sighed, trembling to pack a little. He sat with Vegeta into the spaceship, and the two light rushed up into the universe. In the spaceship, Nappa looked outside with a complex expression, muttering self-awareness, Vegeta's mind is increasingly impervious to guess. But then he calmed down. Although Vegeta's mind was difficult to guess, it seemed to be the same exalted power, keeping the lonely Prince Vegeta. Only more intensified. By the way, your big head is not too bad. It's just a shortcoming of the heart, don't get killed by your own people. Out of nowhere, the words of the young girl 10 years ago surfaced in the heart. Although there were a few less nerves, sometimes looked silly, Nappa wasn't a fool. He knew that if he continued like this, until the day he had no more use, perhaps the same road before him was the same as Raditz. In a trance, Nappa gradually entered a dormant state. Then, two beams of light penetrated the universe and marched in the direction of Earth. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye. Above the lookout, Raditz warily stayed at the edge of the lookout, his eyes looking confusedly at the cloudy space below. Damn, what the hell is this place? Raditz cursed a few times. Not far away, the dark Mr. Popo leaning against the banana tree with a pair of godless eyes staring firmly at him. After cursing, Raditz sat down on his buttocks. How could he have been trapped in this tiny lookout and supervised by this guy whose strength was obviously inferior to his if he was in normal times? But now the tiger fell, and he wondered where they found the shackles. His whole body's power was sealed. Surprisingly, they can seal my power. It is completely impossible to resist. Raditz thought sadly. He was angry, but he didn't dare to provoke the female Saiyan. It should be said that none of the women he could afford to provoke, especially the little Saiyan, simply like the devil. At that moment, 4 bright lights appeared in the sky, and there was 4 huge incomparable ki approaching the temple. Raditz got up in terror. What is that? What a terrible aura. His heart thumped violently. Although he could not accurately sense the amount of ki, he could still draw some conclusions from the huge power emanating from the other side. In the face of danger, creatures had instinctive fear. The strength of the visitor was many times more powerful than Vegeta. Vegeta's power level was in the tens of thousands. What kind of low-level planet is this? Even the high-level planet does not have such a power level. For a while, Raditz was in tears. He felt that he was pitted to death. If he had known that the Earth was such a dangerous place, he would never have come. Moreover, those 4 ki, did you need to show off so much? Were you afraid that others would not know how powerful you are? It was either a bad comber or to show off some kind of majesty. At the same time, Krillin and others who were scattered all over the Earth also sensed the 4 terribly strong ki. Tian Shinhan, what is it? What a powerful ki. Kaiotsu looked at the sky in panic. Tian Shinhan gazed in the direction of the lookout. It's unclear. If it's the Saiyans, it's too early. Anyway, let's go to the lookout and take a look. The lookout was the center of the Earth warriors. If an accident occurred in the lookout, the consequences were unimaginable. Likewise, Krillin, Yamcha, and Son Goku had the same intention. Even the long-unseen Piccolo also looked gloomy towards the lookout. The lookout, the old Kami, and Mr. Popo had also been stunned by the powerful ki. They hurriedly walked out of the main hall. Whether it was an enemy or a friend they had to face. However, it was good that Ayaka and others were also in the lookout at this time, so they did not panic. Shoo, shoo shoo. There were several air-breaking sounds. Then, 4 majestic and powerful figures appeared in the hall with identical white backgrounds and red-trimmed dress code uniforms and surging with compelling ki. Looking at the appearance, the opponent was obviously not an Earthling. May I ask who the 4 of you are, and what is the purpose of coming to Earth? The old Kami went forward and asked, keeping his composure. The 4 stood in a row, and one of the leader-like figures spoke up and asked, "Is this the Earth lookout?" "That's right, I wonder who your excellency is?" "I am Castro, the other 3 are the Queen's personal guards Laner, Antisai, and Jamboni, who came to Earth on the Queen's orders." Castro replied calmly. Not long ago, when he received the news from Ayaka, Castro immediately rushed towards Earth with several of the Queen's personal guards. It was worth mentioning that there was a planet called Ruswit under the rule of the North Force. This planet had a highly developed technological civilization. Of course, the Ruswites preferred peace, no foreign expansion, and no weapons to destroy the world, but the basic civilian technology had developed to a considerable degree. The entire planet was 70% green and had the most developed trade transport network in the entire North area. Interstellar travel, material transportation, and single soldier transport were beyond other civilizations by several blocks. The Queen. The old Kami's face was puzzled, not understanding what they meant by that. But, on the contrary, once Raditz heard the names of Castro and the others, his entire face changed, and cold sweat swished down from his pale forehead. Castro, the Queen's personal guard. Could it be the Leaf Spirit Planet forces that rule the North area? Why do they come to Earth? The Queen's personal guard, that was a more terrifying battle group than the Jinya force. Castro had already made his presence known a few years ago and was one of the most powerful people in the Leaf Spirit Planet forces, while the Queen's personal guard had been formed earlier. However, it was only recently that they really showed their strength, and there was no doubt that the four of them, no matter which one they would be the most powerful people in the world. Furthermore, there was no doubt that all four of them have extremely terrifying strength, no matter which one. Raditz didn't know the specific strength of the Queen's personal guard but listened to Vegeta said, as long as the Queen's personal guard it was a special force that fought Jinya force. Of course, it was not that the Queen's personal guard was stronger than the Jinya force, but Frieza couldn't afford to mess with the Queen's personal guard. So he was strictly ordered not to have any conflicts with the Queen's personal guard. In Vegeta and other peripheral forces, this phenomenon showed the strength of the Queen's personal guard was above the evidence of the Jinya force. However, these were old history. With the Tree of Might fruit, nourishment, the personal guard had caught up with Jinya force. I wonder who the Queen you're talking about is. Your Majesty is the Queen who rules the North area in the northern region and is the most powerful being in the universe. At the mention of Her Majesty the Queen, a fiery glow emerged from the eyes of all four of them. The old Kami and Mr. Popo looked at each other. Is the Queen they mentioned really so powerful that they worship like this? The old Kami had felt the strength of Castro and the Queen's personal guard, and it was absolutely terrifying. The strength of the Queen that they worshipped so much was imaginable, but it was still unconvincing to say that she was the strongest in the universe. The old Kami didn't believe that the Queen's strength was the strongest in the universe, but Raditz believed it very much. Moreover, he was aware of the heroic deeds of that Leaf Spirit Planet Queen. It should be known that the strength of Cooler was far above Raditz's boss, King Frieza. In Raditz's mind, Frieza was nearly invincible, but such a powerful ruler whose strength was far above King Frieza could be easily killed by the Queen of the Leaf Spirit Planet. He dutifully hid to the side, thinking, even Frieza didn't dare to provoke them. So, how could the person they were avoiding not be strong? At least so far, he hadn't heard of a more powerful force than her. We do not have what you call a queen on Earth, could there be a mistake somewhere? The old Kami said in a low voice, the other side's power forced him to lower his position. Unexpectedly, Castro shook his head, if this is the Earth lookout, then there is no mistake. The Queen is the one who asked us to come here to see her. Wait, the Queen is here. The old Kami flashed a light, Ayaka can't be the Queen they are talking about, right? The old Kami hurriedly instructed Mr. Popo beside him, Mr. Popo, hurry up and call out Ayaka and launch, these people might be here to find them. Yes. Mr. Popo was also in high spirits and showed his surprise. His figure flashed several times and walked towards the interior of the lookout. A few of you please wait a moment. The old Kami said with a pleasant face. How good it would be if Ayaka was the queen they were looking for. That meant Ayaka's power in the universe was extraordinary. At this moment, the old Kami was looking forward to it. Mr. Popo, don't need to scream, we've already come out. At the entrance of the lookout, Ayaka's figure appeared and blocked in front of Mr. Popo. After that, the two girls also came out. Ayaka's face hung with a faint smile. The white background of the kami robe gently fluttered, filled like a goddess. It was elegant and breezy. In a short distance, she quickly strolled up to Castro. Castro and others showed their breath so undisguised, and Ayaka had sensed it a long time ago. However, she was pestered by Raimu and could not get away, which was why she came out late. Your Majesty the Queen. Castro, Laner, Antisai, Jamboni respectfully shouted and then made a small salute to Launch and Lancy. The girls' strength was extraordinary, and the treatment they enjoy in the Leaf Spirit planet was noble, even though it was not as good as Ayaka. Of course, this refers to the spiritual level, and no one was worse in material terms. The strongest people in the universe were eating well since no matter which planet, they needed the blessing of the strong. Without leaving the planet, they could still talk about democracy because the level was relatively low to show civil rights. Once they got out of the planet, they found that the outside world had developed the weak to the extreme and destroyed the planet at every turn. Nevertheless, they all are grateful for Queen Ayaka's rule. Sure enough. The old Kami's dry and thin cheeks revealed a smile. It seemed that Ayaka's power had far exceeded his perception, unknowingly forming a great power in the universe. What? That girl is the queen of the New North Force, the powerful existence that killed Cooler? Raditz shouted out of breath, and then his body and mind trembled. The shame of being a prisoner disappeared, and behold, how many people could be captives in the hands of the Queen of Leaf Spirit Planet? What was there to be ashamed of? That was glory. Well, it wasn't exactly an honor either. I can't imagine that the one who defeated Cooler is our Saiyan. The Saiyans are really the most powerful people in the world. Raditz laughed indiscriminately. This extreme nationalist, looking at Ayaka's gaze full of admiration, his heart surprisingly generated a sense of pride. Compared with the great Queen Ayaka, Vegeta, who was called Saiyan Prince, was in vain. In addition to grumpy, self-important, what else was left? Queen Ayaka should be the leader of the Saiyans. So soon, even the Queen Ayaka name was used. Calmly swept Raditz a glance, Ayaka smiled and asked Castro, I asked you to investigate the matter. How did it go? Even if she knew that Vegeta would come to Earth soon, Ayaka still sent someone to investigate specifically to determine their whereabouts. Since we received the Queen's order, we have started to have people investigate. But the target is on a relatively remote planet. Even using the most advanced technology we took several months to investigate and understand. My subordinates received the results of the investigation on the way here, and according to the way the Queen described, those two Saiyans will enter the solar system in 2 Earth months. 2 months from now to the solar system. Ayaka's face was stunned, and her eyebrows were slightly raised. Now only 3 months had passed since Raditz was captured. How could Vegeta arrive on Earth so soon? Then Ayaka walked up to Raditz and asked, Raditz, when were you separated from your companions? Where were they at the time, and were there any missions in the works? No, that time we just finished the mission, and is in the vacation. Because the next task is short of manpower. Before I came to Earth, Vegeta and others should go to a remote place to train. Perhaps they got the message of the Earth immediately after the arrival. Raditz answered honestly. At this time, he had no little resistance. Is that so? Ayaka did not get something valuable, but she did not put it on her mind. No matter what the reason for Vegeta to come to Earth early, there was nothing for her to worry about. At this time, 6 Ki converged from different directions, and the target was precisely the lookout located high in the sky. A few air currents surged, and several figures appeared in the lookout. Son Goku, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, and others came to the lookout. Even Piccolo, who had not been heard from, also appeared. Is that them? So powerful. I feel their ki is even more terrifying when I get closer. My whole body bones are not listening to me. Krillin's face was a little dark, indisputably panting violently. He looked at Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, and others with the same ugly face. Ahem. Ayaka coughed, and her eyes glared. If you want to show off, you've shown off enough. Why don't you quickly take back the key? Castro and the Queen's personal guard showed a few smiles. This was not in order to highlight the Queen's majesty but shoot to the horseshoe. The key was collected at once. Sister, what are they? Son Goku looked at Castro and the others with a stony face. The key of these 4 people made him feel a heavy sense of oppression. Don't worry, they are all my subordinates, I asked them to come over. Ayaka said with a smile. By the way, the situation has changed, the other 2 Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 2 months, how is your training going? So soon? The crowd was stunned. They had expected that it would take a year, but they did not expect them to arrive on Earth in less than 6 months, and now they were not confident that they could defeat each other. Although the Earth would never be destroyed with Ayaka in, they didn't want to rely on Ayaka for everything. They wanted to stop the Saiyans themselves. Wait, what is this Saiyans you guys are talking about? Piccolo frowned and asked as if he had unknowingly missed a lot of things. The so-called Saiyans, is. Son Goku told Piccolo about the Saiyan information in a serious manner, that is to say, the opponent will arrive on Earth in 2 months. Interesting. After listening to it, Piccolo had a fierce smile on his face, and his fingers full of sharp nails made a cackling sound. Then, he laughed wildly, if I had not come to the lookout, I would have missed such an interesting thing. Saiyans, how dare to dabble in the world that this demon king is interested in? Haha. It seems that even Piccolo wants to take a shot at it. Krillin whispered to Yamcha. Yamcha nodded, if Piccolo joins us, even if Ayaka and the girls don't make a sound, we'll have a great chance of winning. But will that guy Piccolo help us? His ambition is to rule the world. Only if there is a world for him to rule. Everyone acted like they had chicken blood, so confident. Those 2 Saiyans are not yet strong enough for you to deal with. Ayaka stood out to splash a bucket of cold water. She looked at Castro and the others, but the safety and security of the Earth should be handled by you Earth warriors themselves. In order to improve your strength, the 4 of them will train you for the next 2 months. So these 4 people were instructors. Son Goku, Krillin, and other people's eyes were shining and looked at Castro's gaze full of fire. If such masters trained them, it would be much faster than if they were alone to figure out the progress. Cut the crap. Does this demon king still need their guidance? Piccolo coldly snorted disdainfully, but anyone could hear that he did not refute the intention. Even if Piccolo was proud of himself, he could see that the strength of the 4 people was far above him. After that, Raimu welcomed Son Gohan into the lookout and arranged for him to practice with everyone. Son Goku and other people plus Son Gohan and Raimu, 2 little ones, a total of 8 people, could be divided into 4 groups of 2. Son Goku and Raimu were assigned to a group to receive Castro's special training. Piccolo, Son Gohan was trained by Laner. Krillin, Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, Kaiotsu were trained by Anti-Sai and Jamboni. After dividing the group, the next step was to train. Because only 2 months left before the Saiyans arrived on Earth, time was short. If the training was carried out step by step, it would not be possible for the Earth warriors to improve by leaps and bounds in these 2 months, so some special methods had to be applied. Ayaka wanted them to have a sense of a tiger chasing after them. If not for this, she would have trained them years in advance. 4 capsules were seen flying out quickly, and 4 large and bulky behemoths appeared in the empty square in an instant. Is this the gravity chamber? Son Goku was surprised to see the sudden appearance of the behemoths. That's right. These are gravity chambers made using advanced technology from outer space, which are very spacious and suitable for training. The next time whether it's eating and sleeping you will be inside. With this we can quickly improve our strength. Krillin touched the special metal on the skin of the gravity chamber and felt cold. Humph, the effectiveness of the gravity chamber is not something you can imagine. With a cold snort, Piccolo said disdainfully. He had been performing gravity training for nearly 5 years, and he knew exactly how effective the gravity chamber was. The crowd looked at each other. His tone of voice made people think that the goods were showing off. Skimming the side of the cowardly and aggrieved Son Gohan, Piccolo was a little impatient. You are the son of Son Goku? Explain beforehand. If the training dragged the leg, I cannot spare you. Son Gohan was terrified. Wah wah, he yelled and ran towards Son Goku. Cut the crap. Piccolo coldly grunted, then closed his eyes to rest up. Piccolo was not satisfied with the fact that the son of Son Goku had been assigned to train with him. The little guy who had no fighting ability could do nothing. He couldn't drag his feet. Well, time is running out. Everyone quickly into the gravity chamber. Ayaka clapped her hands, greeted everyone into the gravity chamber, and then made eyes for Castro 4 people to follow closely. After entering the gravity chamber, Krillin experienced the extraordinary features of the room, which was spacious and neatly arranged, pleasing to the eye. The instrumentation was also set to fall. It took several months to build these by Ayaka's order to use advanced alien technology, which was countless times more luxurious than the gravity chamber given to Son Goku. Click. 10 times the gravity to start. In an instant, the environment abruptly changed. The sudden change made Krillin and others stagger, prostrate on the ground. Only Son Goku and Piccolo, who had long been accustomed to the gravity environment, were motionless on their faces. The strong gravity, it becomes so troublesome to even stand up. Krillin's whole face distorted. Beads of sweat emerged, and his legs were constantly trembling. Yamcha and the others were the same, trembling and keeping a half bow, sweat seeping out like a stream. Hang in there. With such training conditions, you will soon be able to become strong. Tian Shinhan's eyes firmly examined the surrounding. His heart couldn't help but get excited. Time rushed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During this time, Son Goku and others had never stepped out of the gravity chamber. They were all training inside for their lives. Such excellent training equipment coupled with the 4 instructors' strict discipline. That was not worse than in Grand Kai's planet. Unconsciously several people's strength was changing in quality. At the same time, 2 streams of light from outer space streaked across the dark starry sky, gradually approaching the solar system towards a watery blue planet in orbit of the solar system. Tiny pieces of meteorite hit head-on, but they were all blocked by the shield outside the spaceship. The slightly larger ones were directly crushed into pieces and shot out in all directions. Then the spaceship entered the atmosphere. The friction between the air and the spaceship slowly turned into 2 searing balls of fire, trailing a long tail behind it, like a fire snake trailing its long tail, revealing its hideous fangs. Snort. The 2 fireballs crossed the sky and flew toward the bustling city. In the middle of the city, a new day began, and passers-by and passing cars noticed the fireballs falling from the sky and dodged away after realizing the danger. Rumble. 2 loud roars rang out, the earth shook violently, and 2 incomparably wide craters appeared not far from the bustling city. In the suburbs, splashes of sand and smoke filled the air everywhere. What fell down? Did a meteorite land on the ground? Look what it is, you guys. People's movement was fast, and many drove to the impact site under the urging of curiosity. In a short time, the impact crater was tightly surrounded. Some people were excitedly looking at the white sphere in the middle of the giant pit and chattering about it. Oblivious that the danger was approaching a little. Click. The spaceship hatch opened. Vegeta and Nappa came out and then slowly floating up. It's a person, someone came out of it. Someone shouted. What are they, how can they fly? People chattered in panic, then ducked into the car, ignited it, started it, and scrambled in all directions. This is Earth. It's not that great. Nappa said with one foot on the ground, looking at the fleeing crowd with disdain. Not even double-digit power level, really garbage. Humph, say hello to these losers. Raise the ground and consider it a little interest. Vegeta coldly towards Nappa said. Okay, look at these annoying flies. I feel impatient. Licking his lips, Nappa moved his arms, and his bones crackled. After half-straddling his body, he calmly stretched out 2 fingers. Then, with a ha sound, the 2 fingers suddenly motioned upward, and huge energy spurted out from the ground. Rumble. A violent explosion rose to the sky. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared high in the sky, and in an instant, the wide field was destroyed. All the small lives living in this field followed the field and instantly went up in smoke. Among the smoke, Nappa and Vegeta were lightly coughing out of the smoke. I accidentally greeted some enthusiasm. Nappa opened his eyes and laughed. Vegeta looks cold and impatiently glanced at, business is important, seize the time to find the man who captured Raditz, and Kakarot that traitor, we must not let them off lightly. Nappa nodded nervously and turned on the probe to look around. Well? Vegeta, how on earth there is no power level of more than 3000? We cannot even seem to find Kakarot's trace. Nappa puzzled and probed again, what to do? The highest energy response on Earth is just too close to 1000, but there is another 1500 energy response. There is just no one that reaches 3000. Could it be that because they know we are coming, so they all fled? Vegeta snorted, shaking his head disdainfully, those Earthlings are not so much as to flee without a fight. I'm afraid it's because they have a strange skill to escape the detector detection. Raditz was captured before because of the gullibility. If they escape detection, then we can't find them. Idiot, Raditz's energy response is detected. Therefore, Raditz's place should be their lair. Vegeta said towards the data of energy reaction 1500 fly. Nappa stood dumbfounded for a moment and hurriedly followed closely. On the lookout. The old Kami looked at the lower realm with a gloomy expression. He had monitored the Saiyans when they entered the Earth, but he didn't expect the 2 Saiyans to be so arrogant and unaware of the importance, destroying nearly 1,000 acres of good land as soon as they arrived. They were now coming towards the location of the lookout. Leisurely gazing at the 4 huge training rooms in the square, the old Kami's mind calmed down. Is Goku and the others still not ready to cultivate? Kami, Goku, they have not yet finished training, but the Saiyans are about to arrive at the lookout. Should we call Ayaka and the girls out? Seeing the Saiyans gradually approaching, Mr. Popo reminded the old gods. Lightly shook his head, the old Kami did not move his eyes from the gravity room. Saiyan's strength is indeed strong, but it is not necessary to Ayaka out. I believe that Goku will catch up. Ayaka was certainly the Kami of Earth, but the old Kami also realized that the shallow pool of Earth could no longer accommodate her. The dragon, she should have a bigger stage. Thinking farther ahead, Goku couldn't be confined to Earth. They all grew up. It seemed that the position of Kami still needed to find a successor. After another period of time, the Saiyans were getting closer and closer to the lookout. The hatch of the gravity chamber hadn't meant to open. Raditz sat under the banana tree, looked up, and swept a look not far from the old Kami in Mr. Popo. He slanted his eyes and skimmed his mouth, with the new northern forces of the Queen, Vegeta how can threaten the Earth. What a meal. Then snoozed like nothing else, the upcoming group of Vegeta. This one wasn't a bit excited. Of course, the mentality of watching a good show was still there. Vegeta, that arrogant guy has to suffer. Ayaka's strength had already penetrated into the marrow, completely buried his fear of Vegeta. He had seen the powerful Queen Ayaka and wouldn't be afraid of Vegeta, whose strength was only a few tens of thousands, which was too useless. Previously, he followed Vegeta because he was the Saiyan prince, the strongest of the remaining Saiyans. Now there were more powerful Saiyans, even idiots knew how to choose. Besides, what was there to do with Vegeta? He was just Frieza's lapdog, and one day there was the danger of being killed by Vegeta or Frieza. The good bird chooses wood and perch, the wise minister chooses the Lord and the thing. It was time to make a choice. Snort. The 4-gravity chamber hatch seemed like an agreement to open at the same time, and Son Goku walked out with 8 people. 8 people lined up. Their eyes were shining like a sharp prickly mane, like a falcon soaring on the wing, overlooking the miles, with a strong confidence on their faces. 2 months of hellish training made them transformed, whether temperament or strength. There had been a huge leap. The old Kami and Raditz immediately felt strong ki. The old Kami secretly praised a good word, but Raditz was dumbfounded. How do they become so powerful? In just 2 months' time, there would be such a great improvement. His intuition told him that the 8 people in front of him had all doubled their strength several times compared to what they had 2 months ago. The training inside had such an effect, and Raditz was nakedly envious. Goku, you came out just in time, now the Saiyans are flying towards the lookout, hurry up and stop them. The old Kami said with delight. The Saiyans have already reached Earth? Old Kami frowned, yes, those evil guys have arrived on Earth, and once they came, they destroyed a large area of land in a demonstration. The damage is heavy. Referring to the damage caused by the Saiyans, the old Kami was gloomy. The so-called something for something, those 2 Saiyans were obviously just coming in accordance with their own nature. What? How could such a thing happen? We absolutely can't spare them. Krillin yelled in righteous indignation when he knew. The opponent was obviously demonstrating. Since those 2 Saiyans are so confident, let me go to meet them first. Tian Shinhan's 3 eyes opened. He was the first to react. With murderous kinetic energy surging between his eyebrows and a sudden expansion of his ki, his body flashed, and he went to meet the Saiyans. Ah, that guy Tian Shinhan also did not wait for us, but left us alone to go. Krillin, we should also follow. Yamcha grinned to express his dissatisfaction, followed by a stream of light swooping down. Good. Humph. Insolent fellow, how dare you strike before this demon king, coldly grunted. Piccolo glanced at Son Gohan with an ugly face and also flew towards the lower realm. With that bunch of trash also want to defeat the Saiyans. Ha, the Saiyans' heads are this demon king's. Ah. Son Gohan's eyes wavered, not knowing whether he should follow the flight down, so he ran in the direction of his father, Son Goku. Goku, those 2 Saiyans, I will leave it to you. Kami said. Son Goku was calm and collected. He nodded firmly and then left the lookout together with Son Gohan. Ah, where is Mama? Raimu looked around, looking for Ayaka's figure, and was disappointed not to find it. She didn't care if the Saiyans came to attack. The Saiyans naturally had the Earthlings to stop the attack. She just wanted to let Ayaka knew that she hadn't slacked off at all in the past 2 months, and her strength had steadily risen. Raimu, Castro, you 5 go together to find the Dragon Balls. Goku and others may be a big ripple of the battle, we will use the Dragon Balls for damage repair. Ayaka's voice appeared in the ears of the crowd, obviously without a figure, but the voice was clear. Follow me. Got it. The 5 rays of light thrown from the lookout, flying everywhere to find the Dragon Balls. White clouds were floating in the blue sky, Vegeta and Nappa speed towards the location of the Raditz. Suddenly, the scouter, beep, and a series of data appeared on the lens. Looking at the data above, Nappa teased, hey Vegeta, there is a new guy. Well, this time the power level is about 3,500, and is coming towards us. Vegeta sneered contemptuously but slowly lowered his body, since those guys took the initiative to find the door, then we are waiting here. This prince is bound to teach them a good lesson, let them know that the Saiyans are not so easy to mess with. Nappa, you have more than a dozen Cybermen, take them all out. Let them open their eyes. Vegeta ordered as if he was a commander. Good idea. Let the Cybermen fight with them. Ooh, there are a few high goods inside, later we'll definitely scare those Earthlings to death. Nappa slapped his head and laughed out loud, after which he planted a dozen or so Cybermen seeds in an open space and quickly dropped a few drops of green catalytic liquid. In a short while, a dozen of Cybermen broke out of the ground, one stood around Vegeta them with teeth and claws. There were 4 Cybermen with green color, which were several high-level Cybermen, with a power level of 3000 to 4000. These advanced Cybermen were intended to be of great use when the planet was captured later. Now to deal with the Earthlings, they were brought out in advance. Although there was some waste, it was still a good thing. To be honest, Vegeta still didn't care to fight with the Earthlings. Suddenly, the wind raged, the air throbbed, several bright lights flashed from the sky, and in the blink of an eye had come overhead. Are they coming? Vegeta's mouth curled up. His eyes coldly looking at the sky appeared in the 7 figures. Thump. Son Goku and others descended to the ground one after another, and the two sides confronted each other. Before engaging in battle, the attacker first attacked the heart. Instantly, the air became frozen, irritable, depressing aura spread out. Within a 10-mile radius of small animals seemed to sense something, and they went towards the distance to hide away. A cold, chilly wind brushed by, sweeping the earth, sluggish and untouched. I thought there were only 2 Saiyans. What are these green things? They look so disgusting. Krillin whispered. Probably the subordinates of the opponent. The strength is average, I can destroy them with one blow. Be careful, those green ones seem to be a little different. Surveying these Cybermen, Son Goku found that they looked short and disgusting, but their strength was extraordinary. Noticing those green-colored Cybermen, their power level was no less than 4000. Hey, is this Kakarot? He seems to have a good strength, but this strength is nothing in the eyes of this master. He tapped down the scouter, and 4300 data appeared. Although Nappa was slightly surprised that a low-level warrior actually reached this level, on the surface, he licked the corners of his mouth and expressed disdain. Vegeta, let me take a shot. Do not rush Nappa, first let the Cybermen fight them. Vegeta stood in front of Nappa, showing a playful smile. One could see that he simply did not put Son Goku and others in his eyes. Kakarot experienced the fear. Goku, they are also too arrogant. In the face of Vegeta's mocking smile, Son Goku did not yet have something to say, but Krillin and others showed indignation. These 2 Saiyans were really arrogant. Interesting, so as not to waste my hard practice. Piccolo twisted his wrist, neck, and then the cloak off his body to make a battle stance. The battle was about to start. At Kame House. Bulma and others guarded in the room, and there was an ink-colored transparent sheet the size of a wash basin on the table. In the corner of the transparent sheet, ticking, flashing 20 or so light points, each light point near the corresponding value. This was a new scouter made by Bulma, according to Raditz Scouter, which could detect the upper limit of hundreds of thousands of energy. On the TV screen also showed the image of Son Goku and others, which was transmitted through the private satellite capture of the Capsule Corporation. At this moment, Bulma, Master Roshi, Violet, and Oolong were watching the images on the screen with a nervous face. The news about the sudden drop of alien objects and the destruction of a large area of land had been transmitted to Central City, which was 10,000 miles away. The king examined the material with a grave expression, frowning at the 2 white spherical spaceships. Order it down, make sure to find out the cause of the destruction. At that moment, an official ran in with a panting voice. Your Majesty, there was a violent earthquake in the remote plains. This is the image just captured by the satellite, take a look. This is. The king stood up haughtily and looked at the image with a shocked expression. From the image, it could faintly see several figures violently engaged in battle. In the thunder and lightning, large blue energy waves and shock waves visible to the naked eye were revealed in a very visually stunning way. It's that teenager, the teenager who defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. Is there any more Demon King that threatens the Earth? Associated with the previous report, the king realized that the Earth was facing another crisis. This time it came from outer space. Can you find out the identity of those martial artists who are guarding the Earth? The king asked as he calmed down. The officials had already started investigating before coming in to report, and information on those people was quickly found from images of the past. A serving officer walked in with a stack of information. Your Majesty, the leader is called Son Goku, the teenager who once defeated Demon King Piccolo. He was the runner-up of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and the champion of the 22nd and 23rd tournaments. The rest of them are Son Goku's fellow disciples and close friends, Krillin, Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Information on Son Goku and others were easy to find if you wanted to look it up. In addition, the tournaments of the past few World Martial Arts tournaments were kept intact. They have all received instruction from the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, and have performed well in previous World Martial Arts tournaments, being the most outstanding masters on the planet. The officer reported briefly. There had always existed a group of people with great individual strength on Earth, and they were called martial artists. However, apparently before that, the crowd did not have an intuitive understanding of the martial artists. Even after the baptism of the Demon King Piccolo, without entering that circle, it was like seeing flowers in the fog, ultimately separated by a layer. Until today, when the king's officer went through the video, he was shocked by the great strength they showed. These things were ignored intentionally or unintentionally, showing a very different perception from the everyday. Without borrowing weapons, a single gun could produce such great power. If not for this crisis, perhaps they would not have known that there were such masters on Earth. The political atmosphere of the Dragon Ball world was more liberal, advocating practice, and martial artists had always had a very high status. Even after knowing how powerful Earth's martial artists were, they had never thought of controlling them to serve the government. They are the warriors representing Earth, and the ones fighting against them at this time are most likely the aliens who suddenly came to Earth today. The king nodded gravely. Fortunately, the Earth has so many hot-blooded and brave martial artists who resist the evil forces. Otherwise, the Earth would be in danger. The government of the Earth didn't even have an army, which wasn't justified. Even if the world was unified, in order to maintain this order, the army was bound to be less. However, the king understands very well that the army of flesh and blood was never a match for those aliens. Look at them, destroying mountains and forests with a wave of their hands. Their power was more terrifying than strategic-grade weapons. Contact the TV station and broadcast the images captured by the satellite live worldwide. Your Majesty, won't doing so cause panic among the masses? The official looked cautious. This kind of over-the-top video would definitely cause an uproar if it was broadcast live. The king waved his hand and looked serious. This is something we didn't do enough in the past to show the condition of the martial artists to the people. Now they are fighting, we can't afford to get involved. However, we should at least do our part and let everyone know the real situation. Besides, a battle with that much impact simply cannot be hidden, so we might as well be generous and open. Sooner or later, they would know anyway. It was clear to everyone that if they failed, the Earth would not remain peaceful. I hope they can win. Looking at the images of the thrilling battle, the king prayed in his heart. The world was busy and tense as usual. People were busy with their own work, not at all aware that a fierce battle was in full swing at one end of the world. The busy street, the downtown streets on both sides of the scene on the screen all transformed. News, advertising, programs all disappeared. The screen appeared on a scene of people thrilling. Let people wonder about the shocking picture. What the hell? Is it a new movie? The special effects are very good. Many people looked at the screen in confusion. Many people thought it was a new movie and began to comment on it. What a gorgeous scene, what kind of image is this? Each individual on it can fire rockets. It's so amazing. These blindfolds are so cleverly used that you can't find a single flaw. No, these aren't movies at all, and they're not blindfolds. Only a few people recognize the people on the screen. Most of them had watched the World Martial Arts Tournament live and were familiar with many of the figures appearing on the screen. Because of this, they first felt that something was wrong and were anxious. This wasn't an impromptu entertainment show. It was a fight to the death. Soon, the big words at the bottom of the screen confirmed their suspicions that the Earth had actually been attacked by powerful aliens and that the Earth's martial artists were fighting with all their might. That's aliens attacking Earth, just like that time of the Demon King Piccolo. We're screwed. The enemy seems to be very powerful. Look at those green monsters, it's so scary. Can those people support it? The whole world was boiling. Although the peaceful life made them intentionally forget some things, but now the fear of the year when Demon King Piccolo ruled the world awakened. Reluctantly recalled memories were awakened in blood, and people began to stir with noisy shouts from all areas. Many vagrants and gangsters began to storm stores, government offices, and even banks. The Earth, all of a sudden, fell into panic again. Above the plains, the wind swept in bursts, and the clothes on the people were blown to snap and shake. The energy waves that could be seen everywhere were scattered everywhere. The resulting impact made the gravel on the ground flutter in the sky. A black mist enveloped the whole Earth. Because of the battle and become less flat, the land seemed to have gone through several rounds of Shell's intensive baptism. Vegeta floating in the place of 20 meters from the ground, hands clasped chest blandly looking at Son Goku and others not far away. The cold cheeks of the eerie chill, the corners of the mouth still hanging contemptuous mockery. Although Son Goku and others could solve all the Cybermen in just a few minutes, which was out of Vegeta's expectations, this only showed that the opponent had the qualifications to become his opponent. Yet it was not worth to impress him. Low-level warriors would always be low-level warriors. Even if a few more useless Earthlings were added, the result would not change. Since they were qualified to be his opponents, they should be treated accordingly. Nappa, your Cybermen are too useless, you go up and finish them off yourself. Okay, I'm itching to use my hands. It doesn't matter if all the Cybermen are destroyed, I can take them all out by myself. Nappa spat arrogantly, but the total extermination of the Cybermen still made him very unhappy. Striding forward, he confronted Son Goku and the others from a distance. Goku, you guys are too inadequate. I didn't even grab one of those little green guys before you killed them all, so let me have that big guy. Krillin stopped in front of Son Goku and argued his case. Just now, in the battle with the Cybermen, Krillin did not have fun. The powerful green Cybermen were all solved by Son Goku and Piccolo, and his turn was only a few power level of more than 1,000 miscellaneous soldiers. This made Krillin eager to test the results of his practice with a feeling of not being able to perform. Frowning, Son Goku took a step back and gave the field to Krillin. You be careful, that big guy is very strong, completely different from those just now. Ha, do not worry. I'll let you see the results of my training. Krillin moved a few arms and leaped forward. Not far away, and quickly arrived in front of Nappa. I'll let you have this one for now, don't blame me for being unkind if you lose. Piccolo glanced and turned away. Before eliminating the Cybermen, he had already exerted the technique and did not bother to compete with Krillin. The Saiyan called Nappa's strength looked average. Although he seemed to be just a little stronger than the green people, Cybermen. The Saiyan, with the spiky hair, had good strength. Stupid little bald guy. You're really bold, how dare you challenge Nappa Master alone. Seeing the opponent actually out of a short little bald, Nappa first stunned, then laughed loudly. They were too down on themselves, thinking that a short man would be able to deal with him. Well, Master Nappa was very angry. He turned to ask Vegeta, how much power level this kid has. Vegeta looked at the scouter and said icily, 3788, I didn't think there was such a master on such a trash planet. Oh, surprisingly that high. Nappa showed a face of disdain but secretly surprised. In the original story, Nappa's normal power level was only 4000. After being beaten by Son Goku and calmed down, it was 8500. However, now Nappa's normal power level was more than 6000, much stronger than in the original story. Krillin, don't dawdle, quick battle. Tian Shinhan alert shouted. Understand. The words just fell, and Krillin first launched the attack. Snap. The two sides began to face each other, and the silhouette of a person came and went. The splendid ki wave, the stirring after effects continue to spread. The wind from the center spoke, and the ki made the air become more thin and fragile. If ordinary people here, it was estimated that even breathing had become very difficult. The clouds in the sky seemed to be cut open and was a little silence for a while. Then, a winding lightning with flashing folds of cold light fell from the sky, booming loudly, and the explosion more powerful than the atomic bomb dispersed the air at once, making the battle more shocking. Beep. The scouter emitted a sharp beeping sound, and the data displayed on it suddenly changed. What, 9820? Noticing the data, Vegeta's face was gloomy down, how can it be so high? His heart quickly determined the situation and hurriedly sternly shouted to Nappa, Nappa do not play, this group of earthlings hide the amazing strength. The real level is not the data displayed by the scouter, now immediately take out all your strength to fight. What? Nappa shook his head. His expression was instantly frozen. In the exchange of hands, he had already experienced that his opponent's strength was extraordinary, surprisingly not comparable to himself. This made Nappa extremely shocked. To know that he was a Saiyan warrior from a famous family, how could a puny earthling as strong as him? It was possible that Nappa would have to suffer a loss on Earth. Crackling. The sound of Nappa and Krillin fighting from the wide area of the battlefield often came rumbling explosions. Wave after wave of power swept, like a tiger devouring weak prey, within a 10-mile radius of the trees fell in the same direction. Snort. After a few rounds of exchanges, Nappa touched the blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Hey! He sneered, the hard cheeks appeared hideous. Then, with a low roar, the suppressed power gradually revealed. The opponent did his best, Krillin is not an opponent. Son Goku calmly gave a conclusion. Will Uncle Krillin lose? Son Gohan was full of surprise. After only 2 months of intensive training, he did not have the eyesight and experience to coordinate the whole situation. Idiot, the opponent's ki has obviously enhanced a cut, can't you even see that? Piccolo cursed angrily. His green forehead veins surging, scornfully glared at Son Gohan. Sure enough, the battle situation has changed, just as Son Goku predicted. Just now, Krillin, who was still alive and well and once made Nappa relatively passive, was actually in a downward spiral. At the moment, he was holding on bitterly. The defeat was already a matter of time. Order. Faced with Nappa's swift and incomparable attack, Krillin jumped fiercely to avoid the attack. His body was just standing upright, panting heavily. His eyes were full of helplessness. The attack came again. Damn it! Krillin cursed and hastily changed his position to avoid Nappa's attack. Huh, little bald guy, where did the bravery just now go? Why you could only dodge now? Finally, Nappa calmed down, and with combat power exceeded 10,000, it could be said that victory was already in hand. With more than 10,000 combat power, even before the destruction of Vegeta's star, was relatively high among Saiyans, and King Vegeta was also at this level. Although the Vegeta star was gone and there were only a few Saiyans left, but Nappa's sense of accomplishment did not lose. Then close to Krillin's body, he launched a series of stormy and violent attacks. During the storm's attack, Krillin's figure turned sharply. While calmly avoiding Nappa's attack, he tried to find a chance to counterattack. Initially, it was challenging to find a chance to counterattack for this combat level when the combat effectiveness was very different. Still, fortunately, although the martial arts of the Earth specialize in the lower level, it also has its own unique place. Amid this extremely unfavorable battle, Krillin really found a chance to counterattack. As the airflow rolled over his body, countless chi as thin as cicada wings hovered around him. The densely packed small vitality cuts formed a three-dimensional formation. The pleated brilliance resembled the stars in the night sky, exuding a bright light. The dense chi slashes spread throughout the space like arrows, hitting the target directly with a loud shout. Rumble. A vast golden mushroom cloud once again rose above the plain. The sky was filled with smoke and dust forming a black wall of air, followed by an explosion from the inside out. The ground sank hundreds of meters, presenting an appallingly colossal crater. Damned Earthling, I'll break you into pieces. An angry hiss resounded through the heavens and the earth, and Nappa came out of the big explosion with a wretched face. The battle suit on his body was tattered in some places, and a corner was missing from his shoulder. As the countless chibi heads fell, Nappa actually felt an intense crisis, which made him face red and madly defended despite the chi and blood surging inside his body. Careless unexpectedly let the little bald head found the gap of the attack. This attack caused him to be nearly seriously injured. The good thing was that Nappa was full of fighting power. He only looked a bit miserable on the surface. Nappa no longer dared to underestimate the Earthlings. He stood fiercely on the ground that had sunken hundreds of meters. His power had been raised to his extreme, estimated at 11,000 combat power. With fierce eyes and blood-red eyes scanning Krillin fiercely, a cold and bloody murderous intent clung to the entire plane like a cage. Not good, the opponent moved to kill. Son Goku's calm face changed, Krillin quickly backed down. That Saiyan is about to lose his mind. Krillin was shocked at once. He was nervous, and he had already developed a timidity. He felt the astonishing aura from the other party. This aura had surpassed him by a lot. The aura was like a rainbow, and suddenly a figure flashed rapidly, like the first flash of light, in the blink of an eye had come to the front of Krillin. Oh no! The speed of Nappa was too fast for Krillin to react. Bang! The wind of the fist arrived. But there was not much pain. After a while, Krillin opened his eyes in confusion and found that Nappa's huge fist had stopped just a few centimeters away from him. Only a few centimeters away. A little further forward, and he would be knocked away. Krillin was so relieved that he sat down on his buttocks. What's going on? Nappa looked at his fist in astonishment. Krillin, back off while you can. The opponent is too strong. I can't hold him for long. Kaiotsu's urgent shout rang in his ears. The first thing he realized was that it wasn't Lady Luck who had blessed him, but Kaiotsu. It turned out to be Kaiotsu's supernatural power that was activated in the nick of time to stop Nappa's attack. The shadow flashed, Krillin retreated to Son Goku with lingering fears. Kaiotsu's superpower was a bit like agile power, to fix the opponent's body. But because Nappa was too strong, the effective time of that superpower was nothing. Just a short while after Krillin escaped. Boom! A huge force blasted out, a tens of meters wide destruction groove like a giant's arm straight into the ground. The ground shook and shattered. It's actually a superpower. It's getting really more and more interesting. Vegeta's eyes were shining, but he was not worried about Nappa. Nappa's mouth twitching, with gloomy eyes, he went back to Vegeta's side. Vegeta, these Earthling strength is good. Nodding faintly, the corner of his eye was on the slightly taller Son Goku. Vegeta chuckled, isn't this more interesting? If it is too easy to conquer, there will be no thrill of the hearty battle. That's right, Saiyans just want to enjoy the fun of fighting. Nappa very much agreed. At this time, Vegeta had no resentment towards Nappa's defeat in the battle. After all, the opponent's strength was confirmed. Therefore, the fact that Nappa couldn't win was also justifiable. In fact, since the Nappa battle power breakthrough 10,000, Vegeta had been impressed with him. If placed in the past, he was definitely the top elite among Saiyan warriors. As a king, you must show benevolence to your top elites. As only they were worthy to enjoy the benevolence from the emperor. Glancing at the people on Earth, Vegeta rushed to Nappa, "Don't waste time. It is better to solve them together. There are 7 opponents. Kakarot and the Green Namek are the strongest. Leave them to me to deal with, the remaining 5 to you, a quick battle." Good idea. Nappa was excitedly licking his lips. 1 against 5 was by no means impossible. Although the opponent's strength was strong, 5 people together, their strengths were not stacked on top of each other. If used correctly, Nappa's 11,000 combat power could ultimately send 5, no, even 10,000 opponents to hell. Tien Shinhan stared at the 2 Saiyans who were visiting the Earth. His excellent hearing enabled him to hear what the Saiyans said clearly. "Looking down on us, how dare you try to settle us all at once? Arrogant enough indeed, but I can't wait to make my move." Yamcha rubbed his fist, wanting to try his hand. Krillin shook his head, "It's not that simple, the guy named Nappa is powerful enough, and the other smaller guy seems to be even stronger. If they go together, it's still hard to determine the winner." Piccolo let out a poo and spit on the ground, "The Earth is the domain of this demon king. As for the 2 arrogant Saiyans, I can solve them alone." Krillin's face instantly darkened. He couldn't help but slander, "It seems you are even more arrogant than they are." The common practice had made them these former enemies, now teammates had an excellent tacit understanding. As the strongest among them, Son Goku nodded, and everyone stopped talking pointlessly, then moved towards Nappa and Vegeta. Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, Krillin, Yamcha, Son Gohan suddenly accelerated and turned into 5 light rays and launched a powerful attack on Nappa. While Son Goku and Piccolo also accelerated at the same time towards Vegeta. "Are you coming, Kakarot? I'll let you experience the cruel and ruthless purgatory now." Vegeta proudly tilted his head with a disdainful look at the swooping Son Goku and Piccolo. The sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard in the air. Son Goku's body was naturally flexible. His hands and feet changed into countless afterimages, and he suddenly attacked like a bullet. The erratic figure, as well as a succession of strikes, cooperated closely with Piccolo's attack. The whirlwind brought by the cooperation of the 2 was as sharp as a knife. The vast majority fell on Vegeta, but a small number of shots were directed to the ground, leaving a piece of shocking stumps on the ground. Interesting, how could such a lowly inferior warrior have such power? In the face of Son Goku's attack, Vegeta gave a stunned voice. At this time, he finally became severe and no longer underestimated his opponent. Boom! Vegeta's body shook, both his feet were not set, but the soft soil beneath his feet couldn't help but steeply sink. In a moment, the whole earth had sunk 30 or 40 meters. Tremendous force threw the feet to reach the ground, to a flat state downward pressure, the ground rocks, soil squeezed each other, instantly turned into a giant lake by the impact of meteors, large chunks of earth and stone splashed out to the 4 directions. At this moment, Piccolo's sharp claws attacked from behind with a fiery flame. Vegeta sensed it but sneered, seemingly disdainful of dodging, and the distance draws closer when a hand fiercely rushed towards Piccolo's chest. Piccolo and Vegeta swiftly bounced in opposite directions at the moment they collided. Both feet stepped on the ground forcefully, and the huge force plunged both feet under the soil. The 2 of them stabilized their retreating figure, leaving 2 noticeable scratches in front of them. There are 2 moves. Vegeta was slightly surprised, he didn't expect this Namekian was so powerful, but he was a little negligent. So it seems that in addition to Kakarot, the Saiyan, there was this Namekian in front of him who deserved good attention. Snapped. 3 lightning bolts gathered from different directions towards the same point. Son Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta do not hold back, and they fought together again in an instant. Rumble. The fierce battle began to enter the climax. The red, green, and white figures were constantly flickering on the plane. The sky seemed to be shaken by this intense battle, the clear blue sky became dark clouds, and soon lightning thundered. There was a loud bang, and countless winding and bright lightning smashed down vertically with fierce and evil destructive power, and the entire plane was suddenly thundered. Turtle House. Bulma and others stared nervously at the TV screen, but as the weather shifted, dark clouds had blocked the satellite capture, and the specific battle began to become blurred. You could only briefly see a massive wave of chakra, energy balls rising into the sky, or shocking bursts. In the nick of time, how the weather has become so bad. Bulma irritably tapped hard on the TV, but the TV is innocent. The satellite image would not become evident because of this tap. Master Roshi sat on the sofa with a stony face with crutches in his hand. His eyes fixed on the TV screen. On the other side of the planet, his disciples were fighting for the peace of the earth, while he, the teacher, could only watch coldly here to bless them, and now he actually could not even watch. Bulma, how is Goku and their fighting power? Master Roshi asked after thinking about it. The satellite image had been blurred, and you could only rely on the strength of their chi to determine the battle situation. Let's see. Bulma adjusted the gear parameters of the large detector and gradually refined them to the range of Goku's battle power and others. Found it. For energies close to 10,000 combat power fought with one energy of 11,500, and there was a 1,300 energy wandering around. Looking at the others, the battle in the distance should be Goku and the others, so powerful. Bulma was amazed. Master Roshi and the others heard her exclaim and immediately poked their heads over curiously. 26,000, 25,300, 29,000. Goku, and their combat power is so high. I just don't know whose that 29,000 combat power is. Everyone in the Turtle House still focused on the Saiyan battle through Bulma's improved energy detector, but people worldwide do not have that kind of benefit. At this time, everyone was stunned by the decisive battle that broke common sense. When the specific battle scenes could no longer be displayed on the screen, anxious and irritable emotions permeated, and many people began to fall into confusion about the future. Ah, how can I not see it anymore? Will Earth lose? The enemy is so powerful. I guess it's very uncertain. We must win, we must win. God, please save us. When the mind was lost in confusion, faith plays a significant role in filling the emptiness in the heart. But it was difficult to determine what kind of faith was correct and what kind of faith was distorted. Ambitious people take this opportunity to start spouting conspiracy theories aimed at overthrowing the Earth's government and grasping power themselves. Religious cultists preach doomsaying, divine abandonment, and doomsday theories, and as for people who didn't have too many pursuits, they were much more realistic and started scheming how to rob money. The wind howled, lightning weaved through the clouds. The gloomy, low sky seemed like a vast rotating vortex pouring the entire bottle of ink, ready to fall apart. The air pressure began to drop. The aura of slaughter was like a resounding scream of knocking souls before the end of the day, making the battlefield even more desolate. But, in fact, the fiery battle was going on fiercely. A bright light appeared in the air, banging it violently. As soon as he faced it, Vegeta's body suddenly tightened, and he quickly dodged. Then, a blue chi wave was swiftly shot from behind and slid across his body closely. They are so strong. Even Nappa is far inferior. Finally, Vegeta understood the strength of the opponent. But after understanding the strength of his opponent, his face became dark. A low-level Saiyan warrior actually stronger than the Nappa at the moment. What does this mean? Does it mean that he caught up with the former King Vegeta? Vegeta's expression became cruel, his murderous aura emerged. As a fighting nation in the universe, Saiyans had a warlike gene in their blood, and they were strong when they were strong. Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, and his strength far exceeded those of the same race from birth. His noble identity and swelling confidence made him overly arrogant and always defiant. The part in his body belonged to the Saiyan. The militant habit would not change a little bit. On the contrary, it would be more intense. Saiyans exist just to fight. Grow in battle, and die in battle. Kakarot, you really make me admire you. A low-level warrior with poor background had become so powerful through training. You are indeed much better than Raditz, but you betrayed the Saiyans. No matter you or that Namekian, I will destroy them all. Vegeta stood tall, with a superior posture, helplessly shaking his head, showing an extremely regretful expression. To be honest, there were not many Saiyans like Son Goku who could exceed 10,000 in strength, let alone today after the destruction of Vegeta's star. Of course, Vegeta did have a bit cherished of talent in her heart, but it was a pity that this cherished talent was far beyond the urge to destroy his opponent. Son Goku and Piccolo landed not far from the mountain, and the two looked at each other. They could see the shock and gaze in each other's eyes. This Saiyan called Vegeta was too strong. Just now, they exerted most of their strength. They didn't expect they were not able to defeat the opponent when they joined forces. In the beginning, the swelling and self-confidence of significant advancement quietly receded, and what was left was the determination to win and the cautious response. Piccolo, the opponent is very strong. How much power did you use just now? Do you have any more power? Son Goku's eyes were flashing with excitement. He didn't even have any fear or panic in the face of a powerful enemy. Humph, don't underestimate this demon king. I am destined to rule the world. How can I be defeated so easily? Piccolo's face was ugly, and his voice became low. He cleverly evaded Son Goku's question and thought he must have just about done his best. Son Goku stared at a distance, that's good, or else it would be bad. Vegeta slowly stepped forward, spitting out, "Bah. At this time, you still have the strength to talk nonsense. Next, I'll let you experience my true strength. Suit yourself." Suddenly, a large swath of turbulent air began to rag around Vegeta. The central air pressure dropped D again and again. Large swaths of dust were swept up like a desert storm. As Vegeta's power continued to be released, small stones were in the air, getting out of gravity under the action of a different force. Everything was suspended slowly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wall of chi appeared and crushed over like a tiger howling ape. The density of this energy was ultimately 2 levels from the previous one, so the boundary could be clearly seen. The first ones to bear the brunt were Son Goku and Piccolo. They stood across the body, hands against the forehead, trying their best to block a stream of oncoming impact. The ground began to crumble. The ground beneath their feet was blown away layer by layer. Unexpectedly, it's really strong and terrifying. I'm trembling all over. Son Goku turned his head sideways to avoid the direct effect of the energy wrapped in tiny dirt and stones on his face. The two of them tried their best to release their auras, and at the junction of the two energies, a long and narrow wind band began to emit a crystal luster. Piccolo laughed, "Yeah, when I think of fighting such a powerful guy, I get excited all over. How arrogant. Next, experience my desperate power." Vegeta shouted, his left foot braced hard, poof. The hard ground beneath his feet quickly collapsed like loose flour. With one hand spread out, a light yellow chi wave suddenly formed. Vegeta smiled coldly and threw the chi wave at Son Goku. However, the terrifying force made the formed chi wave continue to accelerate. There was a muffled sound, and it arrived in front of Son Goku in the blink of an eye. Huff! Son Goku was unable to dodge effectively, and in fact, was not prepared to do so. He only saw his eyes fiercely widened, his arms spread straight out, then braced himself forward, using his tenacious body as rear support, and took the powerful chi wave hard. Rumble. The earth crumbled, sand splashed, and as the bright light and loud roar dispersed, the entire battlefield seemed to have been baptized by hundreds of small-yield nuclear bombs, becoming completely unrecognizable. Smoke, yellow sand, dust, a circle of destruction as if projecting a cone onto a flat surface. Everything was like a post-apocalyptic scene. Cough, cough, stop it. Blood was overflowed from Son Goku's mouth. His body was already bruised, and his physical strength had also dropped a lot. Although he blocked Vegeta's ultimate attack, he was also severely injured, and his strength was no longer in his heyday. At this moment, Piccolo's figure flickered a few times, and he came to Son Goku. He said in a low voice, "Can you hold on for a while? I need to take some time to prepare for my ultimate attack." Son Goku nodded solemnly, "Then you must hurry. The opponent is too strong. I can't guarantee how long I can hold on." Piccolo then nodded, then hid to the side and began to condense chi. Seeing Son Goku standing in front of him, Vegeta shook his head, "Foolish, how dare a man face this highness? Although you blocked my ultimate move, do you think there will be a second success? To tell you the truth, I haven't even tried my best just now. If I did my best, you would have been reduced to ashes." Son Goku resolutely stood upright, tried to buy time for Piccolo. And Vegeta wasted his time with his trash-talking just as he wanted. However, too much silence was very likely to expose their plan, so Son Goku did not plan to sit still like this. Son Goku's ethereal figure floated suddenly, and he swished to Vegeta, speeding up again, and greeted Vegeta with punches and kicks. Son Goku's melee combat skills were quite good, and this was because of the battle since childhood. On the other hand, although Vegeta's total combat power was higher than him, half of it was attributed to his descent talent. Therefore, his real combat skills might not be better than Son Goku. As time passed, a series of end-to-end struggles really dragged Vegeta, and he swayed from side to side and dodged constantly. Although Son Goku's attack was swift and violent, it could not cause him any real damage. However, the entangled and suppressed atmosphere made Vegeta extremely disgusted. With a cold snort, Vegeta showed a bored expression on his face, and his body suddenly changed direction and came to Son Goku's back. Then, Vegeta suddenly lifted his foot and kicked it violently. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Son Goku stepped back abruptly. His spirit was a little lax, he gasped for breath, and his face turned pale. At this time, Piccolo was almost ready for his ultimate move, condensing all his chi on the fingertips of his right hand. There was a light flashing like an electric arc at Piccolo's fingertips. I've been waiting for a long time." Piccolo laughed and immediately aimed at Vegeta coldly, and the flashing electric arc in his hand was suddenly fired out. Devil-slaying light cannon. The bright and dazzling light flew out along with two circling shock waves, and the frightening breath continued to radiate. This devil-slaying light cannon was very similar to Ayaka's sword-slaying wave, with extreme penetrating power. Both use spiral chi to kill enemies. Although the devil-slaying light cannon did not directly bombard the ground, a straight scratch was also cracked on the ground. Vegeta's heart pounded, a dangerous omen rushed to his heart, not good. He did the best to dodge, but Son Goku's entangled him. Moreover, the devil-slaying light cannon came really too fast that he simply could not dodge. Puff! The spiral wave of chi hit Vegeta's shoulder, directly destroying the battle uniform on his shoulder, and then penetrated the collarbone. Vegeta roared in misery, and the pain made his expression become abnormally distorted. Damn, it was dodged. Piccolo pounded the ground with one hand in anger, and his confident stance did not kill the Saiyan. There was only one chance. Panting heavily, Vegeta's face was sullen and stroking his shoulders, and blood was dripping from her arms. This damn Namek dares to hurt this prince for the first time. I swear to make you regret it, your life will be worse than death. He roared gloomily. His gaze towards Piccolo was covered with murderous intent. At this time, Piccolo also looked straight at Vegeta and was secretly alert. After using an ultimate move like the devil-slaying light cannon, he had been as physically exhausted as Son Goku, but fortunately, the opponent had also been severely injured. Vegeta held his shoulder with one hand and stared at Piccolo and Son Goku with a gloomy expression. He couldn't think that the ongoing battle would have wounded himself. When he thought of this, he gritted his teeth with hatred. But after a while, Vegeta calmed down. With a strange smile on his face, he had a decision in mind, and he was looking at the two like looking at dead people. Although I do not want to become that way, I had no choice this time. I'll let you see the Saiyan's strongest stance. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.